Thank you for opening the door. I will now enter the arena. I try to pick up the bull.
Yeah. Good morning at home.
I try to pick up the cornflakes. I try to pick up the cornflakes. I try to pick up the cornflakes. I could not pick up cornflakes. I would like you to give me the cornflakes. The cornflakes is on the top of the kitchen counter in front of me, right of straw away from it. Please give me the cornflakes. Make sure the opening is facing upwards. Press the object against the two fingers if necessary. Thanks. Step back. Cornflakes. Could you take it from my gripper for you? Please pull the cornflakes from my gripper and then touch the inside of my gripper if necessary.
kitchen table. Object placed.
try to pick this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, visitors of RoboCup, in just a few short minutes we will be beginning our serve breakfast challenge here at the at-home arenas. This early in the morning, our robots will be tasked with serving a bowl of cereal for a very hungry owner. Dames en heren, bezoekers van RoboCup. Over een paar minuten beginnen wij hier met onze ontbijtserveerchallenge. In deze challenge, zo vroeg op de ochtend, moeten onze robots een ontbijt serveren. We moeten een kom met cornflakes maken. En misschien zullen sommige robots zelfs proberen om de melk erin te gieten. Here in our DSPL arena, the robot of UT Austin, Texas has started, UT Austin Villa has started their attempt at serving breakfast. The robot is making its way towards the kitchen area. The team has asked the referee to move the chairs as these can get in the way of the robots reaching the table. In this particular challenge, the robot will have to move several pieces of cutlery to the dinner table, including a bowl, a spoon, a mug. You will then have to bring cereal to the dinner table and bring milk to the dinner table. And for some additional points, the team can attempt to pour either or both the cereal and the milk. The robot of Austin, Texas is moving. We're going to pick up the bowl, going over it. They've crossed the bowl. Now will the grip be strong enough to lift the bowl up off the dishwasher? Ooh, oh, and it falls to the ground. How unfortunate. The grip just wasn't tight or firm enough. And now let's see if the robot's able to recognize its mistake. The robots ask the referee for help. But the robot's going for the spoon right now. The robot's looking at the dishwasher, trying to find the spoon that's been placed there. And it's starting to reach for the spoon. Robots again ask the referee for help, but in a very general way. The robots need to be very specific when they're asking for help from the referees. Now the robot's going for the cornflakes. The cornflakes in this challenge has been opened, so the robots are able to pour the cereal later. The robot has started looking for the cornflakes. There are several other objects on the kitchen counter, but only one of them will give points in this challenge. The robot has again asked for help from the referee. Asking for help from the referee will give a points deduction depending on how much help is asked. This more severe point reduction will be applied. And Duty Austin Villa has called it. They're taking the robot out of the arena and getting ready for their second attempt after all the other teams have gone. The referees are debating on the score of team Duty Austin Villa. And meanwhile, we're going to have a look at what's happening in the other arenas. It appears that both of our OPL arenas are getting ready to start their tests. Here, in the middle arena, we have a Pepper robot from Team Scuba entering the arena. The robot should be making its way to the kitchen area, but it appears to be stuck in place. If the robot does not make a good move in 30 seconds, the team will be asked to leave the arena, and that will be the end of this trial for them. Meanwhile, in our rightmost arena, Team Pumas has entered the arena. The robot is making its way to the kitchen area. It appears to be having some trouble with the doorway, but it doesn't come out with it. The robots ask the referee to remove the chairs from the dinner table. The chairs in this case can prohibit the robots from properly reaching the dinner table, as they are an obstacle that's between the robot and the place where it needs to place something. This may seem trivial to us, but for robots, that makes it a very different challenge. The robot of Team Pumas is approaching the dishwasher, where it's finding both the bowl and the spoon. The robot claims to have found the bowl and is now moving its arm to go for the pickup. The robot's now deliberating how best to grasp the bowl. But it appears to be doing this several times. Let's hope it is not stuck in an endless loop. The robot is still looking for a proper grip on the bowl. It has found the object, but it cannot seem to find a plan to grasp it. And its backup is to try again, but each time it can't find a feasible plan. And as a result, the robot appears to be in live lock. The robot will have to make a sensible move in 30 seconds, or otherwise the team will be asked to leave the arena. Let's hope that the robot of Team Pumas is able to find a good grasp plan. But it appears that that is it for Team Pumas. Hopefully they'll be able to resolve this issue for their second attempt, and hopefully we'll be able to see the Pumas serve breakfast in a couple of minutes. Here in our DSPL arena, you can see Team Run Sweep clear the robot from the arena. The referees are preparing the arenas for the next contestants. The referees were in a bit of confusion as there was an additional chair in our three arenas. But it looks like the issue has been resolved and testing has resumed here in our middle arena with Team F-Bots. The robot with an adorable little head is moving towards the kitchen area. Its head looks a little bit like a toaster, but today we're serving cereal. The robot has reached the kitchen counter and the dishwasher, where it must now find the bowl, the spoon, and the cup, and place them correctly on the dinner table. It looks like Team F-Pots has left the chairs in place, meaning they are confident that they are able to place with these objects in place. The robot's moving around. What is its target? It appears to be the dishwasher. It started looking around. Its gripper is getting in position.
Place the bowl in my hand until I close my fingers.
The robots asked the bowl to be placed in its gripper, but were its descriptions enough to convince the referee to give the points here? In order for the robot to ask for a handover, they must clearly indicate that they have seen the object in question. The robot has the object in its gripper. It's not yet making a move towards the dinner table. The big question becomes, is the robot deliberating, finding a plan, or is it stuck here? The robot must make a sensible move within 30 seconds. Otherwise, our referees will ask them to leave the arena. And that is it. Team F-Pots will leave the arena. They have sort of picked up a ball, but they've asked for a handover. Depending on how strict our referees are, there might not be any points at all. Let's hope Team F-Pots can resolve these issues when they come back to the arena in roughly an hour. Meanwhile, here in our DSPL arena, you can see the next robot entering the arena. And it is a robot of our home team, Tech United Eindhoven, hoping to serve an excellent breakfast here. Unfortunately for the team from the Netherlands themselves, this breakfast does not consist of a boterham with hagelslag. Instead, it is a more universal bowl of cereal. Let's see if they are able to find all the objects that are needed to prepare the breakfast here. The team has not asked for the chairs to be removed in this particular challenge, which indicates that they're confident to be able to place despite the chairs being around the dinner table. The robot is approaching the dishwasher. We'll expect it to start looking for the bowl. The robot has found a spoon and it's asked for a handover from the jury. The jury hands the robot the spoon, but the robot failed to grip it. But the robot has detected that it did not actually grip the spoon, and it's asked the referee to try again. The grippers of these robots only close at the very tips. And if the spoon is placed too far in the robot's gripper, it will miss it entirely. But now the robot's carrying the spoon to the dinner table, getting ready to serve the breakfast. It looks like Nimro, the robot of Tech United Eindhoven, has decided to place the breakfast at the head of the table, where there are currently no chairs. This is certainly a way of avoiding the obstacle of chairs in this challenge. The robot comes into motion, it gets awfully close to the table itself, and it drops the spoon in place. That is one breakfast item certainly on the dinner table. Now let's see if the robot can place additional items here. But it appears the robot is moving. Moving backwards, getting ready to go to the second object.
Please remove the chairs between dishwasher and
The robot's again inspecting the dishwasher. It still has a few items to pick up and place on the dinner table. Up next is the bowl. They've again asked for a handover from the referee. It seems Team Tech United Eindhoven is not able to properly pick up the object. But the robot believed the object to be not in the gripper itself. So it's asked the referee to try again. And this time the robot agrees that it does indeed have the ball. Now the robot's moving back to the dinner table, again at the head of the table where it will serve his breakfast. And now let's see if the robot's able to place this bowl correctly. It touches the table, slightly moves the robot, but it gets out of it. The referee approached the robot, ready to make an emergency stop if it proved necessary. But the referee decided not yet. Slight contacts are allowed, but this was definitely not the cleanest execution of placing the ball on the dinner table. Up next, the robot's approaching the cabinet where it will find the milk needed for this breakfast. Now this cabinet contains many shelves and only one of them will contain the milk. How long will it take our robot to correctly identify the correct object? We're unsure if the robot correctly identified the milk, but again they're asking for a handover. The robot has the milk. And now let's see if they have enough time to bring it to the dinner table. But it appears that that is it. The referee has called time, and Team Tech United Eindhoven has succeeded in placing 2 items of the breakfast. Here in our rightmost arena, you can see another robot entering the kitchen area. This appears to be the robot of Team Nimro. The robot of Team Nimro is approaching the dishwasher, and it appears that they have at least found the objects, and now they're moving towards a pickup. For this pickup they get pretty close to the dishwasher, but it appears they've grasped the spoon. There is another piece of cutlery right next to it, and this robot has correctly differentiated the spoon from the fork. The robot has confirmed that it has actually grasped the spoon. Now this robot has 2 arms, which means it can carry 2 objects at the same time. So it's going for a second object, which is the bowl. Will it be able to grasp this bowl as well? The gripper is moving into position, slowly but surely approaching. And now let's see if there's a firm enough grip to lift the bowl. It does. The robot now firmly has both the bowl and the spoon in its hands. And now it must place them on the dinner table. Team Nimro has also decided to leave the chairs in place. Now the question is, will they serve the breakfast in front of one of these chairs, or will they choose the head of the table? It appears to be the latter. The robot's getting quite close to the table, maybe even touching it. You'll have to be careful or our referees will press the emergency stop.
Yeah.
The robot's placing the ball.
Yeah.
It's getting it in the right orientation. And it is squarely on the table. Now the robot will have to place the spoon. And the spoon will have to be placed close to the ball in order to get the full points. The robot appears to be off somewhat. Maybe it doesn't know the right position of the table. They're going to place the spoon, but will it be in the bowl? It is right next to the bowl. An excellent performance by Team Nimro. Let's see if they have enough time to get both the milk and the cereal on the dinner table as well. There appears to be less than a minute left. The team only has 5 minutes to complete this task. This is not just a task about placing the objects reliably, it is also about doing it with speed. The robot is approaching the cornflakes. The robot's approaching the cornflakes. There's only seconds left on the clock, but the robot's able to pick up the cornflakes. Oh, but the referees have called time. How unfortunate. And it appears the robot keeps going. It has no idea that time has been called. So let's see if it can still pick up these cornflakes. But unfortunately, it just misses. What a shame. That's it. That's it for Team Nimro. Let's hope they can do better in roughly 1 hour. Middle arena, a robot appears to be stuck in the doorway. But it started moving. Let's see if it'll reach the kitchen area. The team is looking concerned. It looks like their attempt has stopped before they've been able to enter the arena. These are always very, very hard moments for a team because they put so much effort. Let's hope they're able to resolve the issue for their second attempt. Meanwhile, here in the DSPL arena, we have another robot approaching the dishwasher. Let's see if this robot is able to grasp both the spoon and the bowl. This is the robot of Team Erasers. The robot's not been able to pick up the ball and is asking for a handover from our referee. The robot's moving the ball again to the head of the table. Seems to be a popular strategy to avoid dealing with the chairs. The robot's getting awfully close to the table. Let's hope it's able to avoid it when placing the ball. But it makes a wide arc over the table. But the robot's turning a full 360 degrees, it seems. What might the purpose of this be? Maybe the robot's trying to figure out its own location. Or maybe it's just confused, who knows. But they've started placing the ball. Or maybe they've just started dropping the ball. It's not the most elegant solution, but the ball has been placed on the table. So we can't argue with results. Up next, the robots are again approaching the dishwasher, going for the spoon. And the robots again ask the referee for help. Robot making a countdown for the referee to hand over the object, which indicates that the robot can't really determine for itself if something has been handed to it. It can only confirm that there is something in its gripper. Now they're moving towards the dinner table, hoping to get the spoon in the right position. In order to get the full points, the team has to place this spoon next to the bowl. And here in our rightmost arena we can see a full breakfast having been served. Unfortunately, both milk and cereal have been poured, most of it in the bowl by Team Tidy Boy. And it appears that the spoon is the only object the team is left to place. The robot is going. It's got a firm grasp on the spoon, as we would expect from Team Tidy Boy here. Moving towards the table with amazing speed. And now will they place this spoon next to the bowl? Day 2. I think there is all the breakfast items correctly in place. The only way to improve on this score is to pour the cereal completely correctly. We've seen some minor spillage here. That is a slight point reduction, but the team still gets an excellent score for this element of our competition. Meanwhile, in our middle arena, you can see another robot serving the breakfast. This robot is not avoiding the chairs by placing the breakfast items at the head of the table. Instead, they're facing the chairs head on and placing the breakfast where we would normally want it, right in front of a chair. The robot currently has a spoon. We'll have to place it next to this bowl to get the maximum amount of points. But there is a vase in the way. Does it get in the way of placing? Will the robot destroy these flowers? It sort of brushes against them, but the flowers appear to be intact. Now the robot has to bring both the cereal and the milk to the table. To get full points, they'll also have to pour the cereal into the bowl. But it appears that that is time. The team is asked to leave the arena and make room for the next team. Here in the DSPL arena, we have another robot making their attempt. But it appears the robot's not successful in grabbing the ball. It is shown our referee the location of the ball. He's asking for a handover now. Well, that is the sound of the ball hitting the floor. It appears the robot has dropped the ball. He is now moving to the dinner table with an empty gripper. Will it still attempt to place the ball that it believes it has in its gripper? Or will it realize its mistake? The robot is approaching the dinner table. And it looks like it's still believing it's holding the ball and placing that object. This all costs precious time for this team. They only have 5 minutes to serve as many breakfast items as possible. And not realizing that one of the items has been dropped can cost a lot of time that could otherwise be spent on moving on to the next item or re-attempting the dropped object. The robot has identified a spoon and is again asking for a handover from our referee. Let's hope that this time the robot is able to maintain a firm grip on the object. Here in our rightmost arena, we have the robot of, I believe, Chief Scientist Office. Yes. And they have picked up the ball and are now getting ready to move it towards the dinner table. The robot's approaching the dinner table, ball still in hand. It is chosen to place the bowl at the head of the dinner table to avoid having to deal with these chairs. It's moving the bowl, running into the dinner table, and it's placing it apparently on its side, but the roll drops in the right orientation. So while not the cleanest execution, it does still count. But next, the robot still has to serve a spoon, cereal, and milk. You can already see in the cabinet that the milk has been opened, which would indicate that this team is planning to also pour the milk in the cereal bowl. The robot's going to try and pick up the spoon on the dishwasher. Let's see if it has the correct object. That appears to be a fork that the robot has picked up. That is unfortunate. The fork and the fruit do look very much alike to the robot. And differentiating them is crucial, especially when drinking soup. But the robot is still moving confidently towards the dinner table, ready to place his fork next to the bowl. Just placed this fork on the dinner table. The robot of Chief Scientist Office heading back towards the kitchen counter to pick up the cereal. The robot will have to determine how to pick up this object. It is not as simple as sticking the hand out and closing the gripper. You'll have to approach the cereal box from the right side, otherwise the box will not fit. Let's see what the robot of Chief Scientist Office appears to be properly grasping the cereal box. They've gripped it very tightly. That is not coming loose. The time is almost up. Will the robot be fast enough to reach the dinner table and place the cereal at the right position? The robot is moving there as fast as it can get. The robot doesn't know the time is almost up. It must hurry. And it's going for the placement. It's hovering. And it's pouring cereal, but not into the bowl. They've also closed the cereal box by gripping it so tightly, so only a few points fall out. It's still a good performance by Team Chief Scientist Office. A small request to our at-home participants. Could you please keep the front end of the arenas clear so our audience can view the challenges? Here in our DSPL arena, we can see a robot placing a ball on the dinner table. The robot has dropped the ball, but it has done so over the chairs, which means this robot is able to take his chairs into account when placing the breakfast items. Up next, they appear to be going to the kitchen counter to get the cornflakes. Will this team attempt to immediately pour the cornflakes into the cereal bowl? The robot's asking for assistance from the referee. Asking the referee to place the cereal box in their hand, as the robot's not able to pick it up themselves. The robot has firmly grasped the cereal box. And they are now moving towards the dinner table. The robot has a very firm grip on the cereal box. Will they be able to pour it into the bowl, or will they throw cereal all over the table? Not even the robot knows, probably. This is Team Hibikino Musashi, currently first in the leaderboards. They have placed the cereal successfully. Now what will the robot do next? It can go for the spoon, the milk, or it may attempt to pour the cereal. It is the spoon that the robot's going for next. Spoon currently laying flat on the dishwasher with some other cutlery right next to it. But the robot has not found the spoon just yet. And it keeps searching. This is all costing precious time for Team Hibikino Musashi. How long will the robot keep searching for the spoon? Or will it decide that it's better off going for the milk or pouring the cereal? The robot appears to be returning to the dinner table. But what is its plan here? It has not yet picked up the spoon. Is it going to the milk in the cabinet? Yes, it appears to be the case. The robot's going to pick up the milk in the cabinet, but it appears that that is time. Time has run out for Team Hibikino Musashi. Hopefully, their next run will be able to be faster or choose a better order of placing the breakfast item that will net them more points. Meanwhile, here in our rightmost arena, we have Team Lar with their robot Charlie. Charlie has asked for the cornflakes to be handed to it. It's placing the cornflakes on a little tray that it has. Very efficient from Team Lar. The robot showing the referee where it has seen the ball and is now asking for a handover. It's showing the referee also the location of the spoon. But will the robot be able to pick it up? The robot has asked the referee to place it on a little tray for the robot. This is showcasing one of the unique opportunities when designing robots, is that we can give them little trays and utilities that we do not have in our human bodies. These robots can be their own parts. The robots ask for the decorations on the table to be removed. Perhaps it is worried that it will throw them over. This will be a point reduction for Team Lar, but that doesn't matter if they're able to place all the objects on the table here. They're going to place the ball. They place the ball right in front of one of the chairs. Team Lar does not appear to fear the challenge that these chairs present. They are going to grab the cereal from their own tray and place it like this. Grabbing it from their own tray can be difficult because the robot doesn't have that much vision. The robot is attempting to pour the cereal, but the box is flopping. Some cereal entered the bowl. There is some points for Team R. From the looks of it, the ball is not completely full, but at least partial points will be scored by this pouring of the cereal. But next, the robot's going to reach for the spoon. And it has its own little holder for the spoon, which is now picked up in its entirety. And how will the robot place this spoon with the holder? It appears to be pouring the spoon out of its own holder, but will it remain on the table? It does! It does, and it's right next to the spoon. An excellent performance. Only the milk still needs to be added to this table. But will Team R be ready for this? They're a relatively new team, but they've already come quite far in this challenge. It appears that that is it from Team Lard. Now here in our DSPL arena, it appears that our teams have started their second runs. Teams have had some time to learn from their mistakes in their initial run and hopefully fix it. The time between runs is very short. But let's hope for them that they're able to work out the kinks in their software and provide a better performance on the second go around.
Thank you for opening the door. I will now enter the arena. Please remove the chairs between the dish chair and the dining table.
Here in our middle arena, another robot is coming through the doorway, getting ready to serve breakfast. The robot has asked the referees to remove the chairs from the table. It will make it a bit easier for the robot to place all the objects. The robot started turning around, it's choosing a different route to the kitchen. It appears to be stuck in the doorway between the hallway and the living room. Will it get through this? The robot won't be able to score any points if it gets stuck in a room. And getting to the required area quickly is important for these challenges. Meanwhile, in our DSPL arena, we see another robot entering the arena and getting ready to serve some breakfast. This appears to be the robot of Team Run Sweep.
I try to pick up the ball.
We have two robots now getting ready to pick up their first object. Here in our middle arena, the robot is reaching for one of the objects, but it appears to have missed it. Will it realize its mistake, or will it try again?
I try to pick up the ball.
Meanwhile, here in our DSPL arena, the robot Team Run Sweep seems to be deliberating.
Try to pick up the
Maybe
ball.
it's still trying to find the objects, or maybe it's trying to find a plan to place or pick up these objects.
Pick up ball. I would like you to give me the ball. The
Both
ball is
robots
on
in
the
both
door.
arenas
Dish shed in front of me.
appear to be deliberating on what to do next.
Please
They only have 30 seconds to do
place
those,
the
otherwise
object against the two
others
fingers
will
of
call
this
it quits.
face. Step back.
It appears the robot in our middle area has asked for a handover from the referee. This is the robot of Team Toby. It's now looking for a place on the dinner table to place this bowl. And it's placing the bowl for the breakfast. Seemingly at the right position, but they're dropping it, but they're doing so gently. We'll have to see how our judges will score this performance. The robot of Team Toby is now approaching the kitchen counter. Mike will have to pick up the cereal and pour cereal into the already placed bowl. Will the robot be able to pick up the cereal, or will it have to ask for a handover again? And last time we saw the robot at least attempting a pickup. Let's hope that for this attempt, this pickup will be successful. The robot is still deliberating. Is it able to identify the cereal on the kitchen counter? Or maybe it's making a plan to pick it up. It is moving its arm. It appears to have found a plan, although a slightly complicated one. To reach the cereal, closing its gripper, but will its grip be firm enough to lift it? It's moving around the decorations on the kitchen counter, but it doesn't knock anything off. And its grip holds firm. The robot still has the cereal in its hands and is now moving towards the bowl it has already placed. Will it be able to pour the cereal correctly, or will it scatter the cereal all over the dinner table? This is a challenge that can get quite rough. Unfortunately, the robot has dropped the cereal box. It still ended up on the dinner table, but probably not in the position the robot wanted. It's attempting to pour the cereal, but it doesn't know that it has dropped the cereal in the meantime. What a shame. My team still has some time to score additional points. But it appears that this is it from Team Toby. Meanwhile, in our DSPL arena, we have a robot, and the referee had to press the emergency stop. The robot was attempting to place the ball, but in doing so, it moved through the dinner table. And to preserve both the robot, the ball, and the dinner table itself, the referee pressed the emergency stop. The robots always have to be careful with objects, especially when they're getting close to them for their manipulations.
I could not pick up spoon. I would like you to give me the spoon. The spoon is on the top of the dishwasher right of me, right of cover.
Here in our right most arena, with a member of the SSPL league making their run.
Step back.
The robot's moving towards the dinner table. You may see a cable going to this robot that is used for external computing. The robot itself has quite some power, but not enough to clear these very complicated tasks. So therefore, an extra computer is used for this small robot to give them the additional power they need. Pepper is moving towards the kitchen area. Going towards the bowl and the spoons. Now let's see if it's able to pick up either of the objects. The robot's having a look at the dishwasher. The challenge here is in identifying the objects and then figuring out a way for the robot to drop them. These different objects have to be grasped in different ways due to their different geometries. The robot appears to be saying something to our referees. In this crowded environment, it's sometimes difficult to hear the robots. What might the robot be thinking? Maybe it's stuck in deadlock. Only the teams, and maybe not even the teams themselves know. And that is it. The team has indicated they can no longer go forward. And they are heading out of the arena, making space for the next team. Here in our middle arena, the robot has successfully grasped the spoon, now getting ready to place it on the dinner table. This is the robot of Team Nimro. Seem to remember last time they had quite a bit of trouble, but now let's hope the best for them. They're going to pick up the ball with their second hand. And they must be careful of the cup that's right next to the ball. There's not too much space on this dishwasher here. But it appears the robot is able to get a firm grip on the ball. Now its task is to place both of these items in the correct spot on the dinner table. The robot's taking both items towards the dinner table. It's going to the head of the table in order to avoid dealing with the chairs. Its left arm is moving, placing the ball. We'll be able to place it gently, slightly pressing against the table. It's releasing the ball. A quite gentle put down for a robot. These gentle manipulations are something that robots still struggle with to this day. But that is one of the main areas that our league must focus on. Up next, the spoon. We'll be able to place it next to the ball that it's placed before. Or will it just drop it on the floor, or maybe place it too far. The robots seem to be deliberating. A tough choice that's taking a lot of precious time for Team Nimro. The robot's placing the spoon right next to the bowl. Excellent placement. Very gentle from Team Nimro. This appears to be a robot that's very careful with your cutlery. And I think we can all appreciate that. The time is running out. 1 more minute, the referee indicates. Will that be enough time to pick up the cereal and place it on the dinner table? Just picking up the cereal will net this team some points. But good work can't be rushed. Will the robot be able to pick up the cereal? Just first identify the cereal. The process which can sometimes take quite some time because it's a computationally heavy process. The robot is showing that it's recognized the cereal. It's looking towards it, but it must grab it fast, otherwise time will run out. Come on, robot. We're all rooting for you. Three, two, one, and that is time. An excellent performance from Team Nimro, but unfortunately they just missed out on grabbing the cereal. And here in our rightmost arena, we have the robot of the Serious Cybernetics Corporation making their attempt. There are currently no breakfast items on the table, nor has the robot grabbed an item. The team leader is calling it quits. They're saying, no, unfortunately our robot can't score any points this round. What a shame. Let's see if we still have some competitors lining up. We're nearing the end of the second round. You can see another robot here in our rightmost arena. Moving in front of the door. The teams appear to be fixing some last minute issues. They're very stressful situations right before the start signal. This is our second to last test of what we call stage 1. After this afternoon, half of the teams participating in the whole competition will not go through to stage 2. So for some teams this is do or die in these last 2 challenges. The referees in our rightmost arena are preparing to enter another robot. Will the team have resolved their last minute issues? And will they be ready to serve breakfast here this morning in Eindhoven? Here in our DSPL arena, the door is opened for the next robot. This appears to be the robot of Team RoboCup, but unfortunately it's immediately taken away from the door. Something appears to be going wrong. It would be a shame if this cost Team Suturo their attempt. In our middle arena, the door is opened for the robot of Chief Scientist's office. The robot is not entering the arena. What might be happening? Could something be wrong with the robot of Chief Scientist's office? It's taken some time, but the robot is entering the arena, making its way towards the kitchen, cleanly going through the opening between the living room and the hallway. and now it enters the kitchen area. The robot will have to pick up the bowl, the spoon, the cereal and the milk. All of these in different locations around the kitchen. All of these also with vastly different geometries. So the robot will have to carefully consider how to pick up each of these objects. You cannot use the same approach for each one. The robot's examining the dishwasher.
Pick up the bowl.
And it's trying to pick up the bowl. It's making its grip, closing its gripper. But is it just firm enough to lift the bowl and keep it in possession of the robot? It appears so. The robot has a firm grip on this bowl. The robot's ready to transport the bowl towards the dinner table, where it will then hopefully the robot's approaching the dinner table. It has chosen a spot at the head of this table. That location is a little bit easier for the robots, since there are no obstacles in the way, such as the chairs or the decorations on the tables themselves. The robot's going for replacement. The robot has reached the table, it's put down. That is at least some point for Team Chief Scientist's office. But there are still 3 more breakfast items left to be placed, and time is running out. The robot will have to act quick if he wants to score maximum points here. The robot's making quick work of it. It's heading towards the kitchen counter where the cereal is placed. Now will the robot be able to pick up the cereal? And will it then be able to pour the cereal into the bowl without spilling too many? And it only has 2 minutes left to do so. The robot's looking carefully for the cereal, and it's looking for a way to pick it up. The robot will have to carefully find the path to the cereal where it doesn't run over any of the other objects on the kitchen counter. And this is a process that can be very hard for the robots, depending on the specific configuration of these objects. This straightforward path doesn't work. The robots are left with little options other than to try whatever they can. And the robot started moving, has found a plan. It's chosen to grab the cereal from the side, a very wise decision. They're squeezing the cereal very tightly in order to not let it drop out of their hand. They're pushing the cereal against themselves. And sort of, this box is going through a lot. Now does the robot have enough time to pour the cereal and place it on the dinner table? If the team attempts to pour the cereal and fails, if that costs them too much time, they might not be able to actually place the cereal on the dinner table. But let's see. The robot's approaching the bowl with the cereal. It's pouring, but it appears to be next to the bowl instead of in it. That is such a shame. Pouring is a very tricky act. The robot's not in full control of how all these cereals will drop. Now the robots, but that is time. The referee has called it. 2 breakfast items successfully placed on the table. That is at least some points for Team Chief Scientist's office. Perhaps our referee has allowed the team to continue with their performance despite points no longer being scored. That is a treat for us as the audience. So we get to see this robot attempt to pick up the milk And since the milk is open, maybe we also get to see the robot try to pour the cereal or the milk into the bowl. Now cereal is tricky to pour and milk is even harder because it is a liquid and because should the robot fail, that will create a big mess here on the kitchen table. Meanwhile, we have contestants in the other two arenas. Here in our milk arena, the robot of the chief scientist's office is picking up the milk. The team has a towel ready, and they need it because the robot unfortunately dropped the milk. There will be no crying over spilled milk today, but perhaps the team will shed a tear over their robots that just barely not making it with this particular challenge. But in any case, an excellent performance by Team Chief Scientist's Office. Very well done. Here in our leftmost arena, the door has been opened for another robot, which is currently at the entrance. It's not making a move to enter the arena yet. You can imagine these are very stressful moments for the team. The robot must enter the arena within a relatively short time. Teams must be able to get their robot up and running right when the start signal fires. The referees are very strict on late starts. What might be happening for this robot? It appears the robot is not able to start that test. What a shame, this team only gets 2 attempts. And it's a pity when one of these attempts gets cut off right at the start. Here in our DSPL arena, the door is open for Team Mikino Musashi, our current top scorers in this tournament. They've already made quite a good performance on their first run, but will they be able to improve on their score the second go around? Here in our rightmost arena, you can see another robot entering the arena and reaching the kitchen area. But we will have a look at Team Mikino Musashi over here at the DSPL arena. The robots approaching the dishwasher, getting ready. The robot appears to be unable to grasp the object. So it must ask the referee for a handover. Ask the referee to come closer and hand the robot a bowl. The robot grips it very tightly. Will now attempt to go and place this ball on the breakfast table. The robot appears to be aiming for a spot right behind one of the chairs. They will be able to place successfully without colliding with the chairs themselves. The robot seems to have found an empty spot on the table. Ooh, but it's making a move towards the table and the referee has to press the emergency stop. Ooh, how unfortunate. It looked to be going so well, but then the robot made a very strange move. Who knows what could have caused this? Hopefully Team Hidekinomasashi will be able to figure out what caused this error and fix it so they don't run into this on their future tests in this tournament. Meanwhile, they're in our right next arena. Team Softbank is doing their attempt. They've asked for a handover from the referee. The robot appears to be deliberating what to do next. It has a ball, but the ball must be delivered to the dinner table. The robot is saying something. We can't quite understand what it's saying. Will the robot get out of this state? It appears not. Tests in our middle arena appear to have concluded. The teams are already starting with their experimentation for the future rounds. The same appears to be the case for our DSPL arena, which means only our rightmost arena currently still has tests. The robot team Softbank is still stuck in the state where it's saying something over and over again. But it's still holding the ball. And teams get the robot to release the ball for our referee to continue. And there it goes. The next team we have lined up is getting ready with their robot called Hera. We are nearing the end of our test slots here at the at-home arena. Only a few teams are left in our rightmost open platform league arena. The referees are getting ready. Next appears the team RoboCup with their robot called Hera. door is opened and Hera enters the arena, making her way to the kitchen area. We only have 5 minutes for this challenge. So getting to the kitchen area quickly is also a big part of scoring well here. Every second can count, as we've seen in the challenges leading up to this. Hera has reached the kitchen area. Now she must find the bowl, the spoon, the cereal and the milk and place them on the dinner table in a neat arrangement for breakfast. Hera. Hera has asked for some assistance. She is has asked for the bowl to be handed over to her. The bowl has been handed over to the robot, and she is now making her way towards the dinner table. She will have to place the object. One of the things that makes it a little bit harder is that the robot does not know in which orientation the referee has given the ball. So the team has decided to place the ball vertically so that whichever way the referee handed it to the robot, the ball will fall flat. Next, the robot is approaching the cereal. Here's the team is attempting to the robot has found the cereal. The robot points out the cereal to our referee, indicating that Hera has correctly perceived the object. Up next, Hera is taking the cereal back to the table, where she will attempt to pour the cereal. Let's hope that she will be able to pour the cereal correctly in the bowl and not spill cereal all over our dinner table. Unfortunately, pushing the ball aside just a little. Let's hope this does not make a difference for the pouring action. The ball is tilted. It's tilted some more. No cereals come out yet. And the robot returns. Unfortunately, not tilting the cereal steep enough to pour the cereal. Up next, the robot's going to place the cereal on the dinner table, which it is a little bit unorthodox, as the cereal is now lying flat on the table, but it appears to be caught on some of the robot's hardware, and the robot's taking the cereal back with it. This might interfere with the robot's future grasping attempts. The cereal has fallen out from the robot's hardware, throwing cereal all over the floor, but at least the robot's gripper is clear now. Hopefully, the robot will be able to pick up the milk correctly now that the cereal is no longer stuck to its gripper. Let's ask for the milk to be handed over to the robot, because the robot is not pointing at the milk directly. The judges may not deem this to be properly identifying the milk. But the robot has a good grasp on the milk. The milk is open and a team member is ready with a towel to save both our arena and their robot. We will see if the robot will attempt to pour the milk in the bowl, but in order to do so, it must correctly see where the bowl is, otherwise this can get quite dangerous. The robot is going to make the attempt. The robot will attempt to pour milk into this bowl. Will it successfully pour the milk or will it make a big mess? It tilts the milk, but no milk comes out. The robot has tried to pour the milk, but it has failed. It did not tilt the milk far enough. The team has handed the milk back to the referee. What a shame. Team RoboCup was unable to pour the milk or the cereal, but their attempt was still very brave.
You are most gracious. Moving to table.
We still have a few teams already here in the OPL arena on our most right, here at the at-home arenas. Up next we have a team with a Moltiano robot getting ready to enter the arena, but the judges are still cleaning up after the attempt of Team RoboCup before them. Team RoboCup attempted to pour the cereal and the milk, but they failed on both accounts. So now we have cereal all over the floor which has to be cleaned up.
There is a roll from the dishes. I will grab it. Apologies, I am having issues picking out the bowl. Can you please place it in my dribbler?
And it appears that that was the last robot for our test in the at-home arenas. This was our serving breakfast challenge, and we saw our robots attempt to serve breakfast at the dinner table. Our next test log will be at 12 o'clock, where we will see the general purpose service robot, where our robots can get any task asked of them, and they must complete it to the best of their abilities. There is no telling what commands the robots will receive there, so we can expect anything to happen. Dames en heren, dit was het voor onze ontbijtserveer challenge. We zijn weer terug om 12 uur met onze generieke service robot challenge, waar onze robots alle taken kunnen krijgen die je maar kan bedenken. Het is niet te voorspellen wat we hier dan zullen zien. Tot dan om 12 uur hier bij de at-home arena's. Test 1. Good.
the button to start the test.
civil. What do you want me to do? Did you say my instruction? I can confirm yes tasks, so please give me another card. Did I hear you say go to the kitchen and find the 3 bananas? Please repeat that. Sorry, it seems I couldn't understand. Please type the GPS code to the hallway. Find the apple, take it, and give it to the person pointing to the left-hand side of the kitchen. Then I will drive into that room. The object against my back. Let's continue. I will try. I am now. I will look for the person pointing to the left. Let's check who's here. Let's continue. For this task, I will leave the commands. try to pick up the apple. Could you please give me the apple? It is placed 1 meter 10 in front of me. Could you please retrieve the apple for me? Press the object against my gripper. Let's continue. I will drive into the kitchen. I am now at the kitchen. I will look for a person pointing left. Let's continue. For this task, I will return to the command spot. Sorry, it seems I couldn't understand. Please type up the GPS.
registration scanning. Arrived, dishwasher, releasing fork.
Thank you for opening the door. I will now enter the arena.
Moving to dining table.
Can you please open the door for me? Thank you for opening the door.
Arrived, dining table. Picking up
Please step in front of me. I'm ready for my instructions. Please step in front of me. Did I hear you say that you coffee table? You were indicted. Thanks for confirming.
Arrived at dishwasher, releasing bowl. Moving to dining table. Arrived, dining table. Stop.
I saw you. Step back. I am ready for my grip. All right. What do you want me to do?
Moving to dining table. Picking up bowl. Moving to dishwasher. Arrived at dishwasher, releasing bowl. Stop. Stop.
Can you please open the door? Thank you for opening the door. I'm ready for my instructions. Did I hear you say 100 tops are there that you be expected? Thanks for confirming. step in front of me. I saw you. Step back. I am making my grip up. All right. What do you want me to do? Please open the door. Thank you for opening the door. You want me to go to the Nimro, find the banana, take it, and deliver it to you. That is outside of my living room. I am now at the living room. I will look for the banana. Let's check the coffee table. Let's check the TV table. I'm ready in my instructions. Right, you say tell me how many food items are on the coffee table. Thanks for confirming.
Arrived at dishwasher. Release it go. Moving to dining table.
I'm ready for my instructions.
Picking up quick.
Did I hear you say tell me how many food items are on the coffee table? Thanks for confirming.
Moving to dishwasher.
I am looking for the food items.
Moving to dishwasher. Arrived at dishwasher. Releasing plate. Moving to dining table. Arrived at dining table. And picking up spoon. Moving to dishwasher. Arrived at dishwasher. Releasing spoon.
Thank you for opening the door. I will now enter the arena.
Stop. Stop.
I saw you. Step back. I am ready my gripper. All right. What do you want me to do? You don't need to go to the living room, find the banana, take it, and deliver it to you. That is not how driving in the living room. I am now at the living room. I will look for the banana. Let's check the coffee table. I found the banana. I tried to pick up the banana. Could you please give me the banana? It is placed 0.7 meter in front of me. Could you please retrieve the banana for me? Press the object against my gripper. Let's continue. For this task, I will return to the command spot.
Starting cleaning the table task. Moving to dining table. Arrived at dining table. And picking up plate. Moving to dishwasher.
gentlemen, in about 10 minutes, the teams here in the at-home arenas will start with the challenge that we call General Purpose Service Robot. In this challenge, the robots will be positioned in the household and their owner may make any request of them that they want. This can range from finding people in the household, to fetching certain objects, to going certain places. There's a lot of top skills that we'll test of the robots in this next coming 2 hours. In about 10 minutes here at the at-home arenas. Dames en heren, over 10 minuten beginnen wij hier bij de at-home arena's met onze generieke Service Robot Challenge. Hierbij worden de robots in het huis geplaatst en kan hun eigenaar verzoeken maken, zo gek als hij wil. Hij kan de robot vragen om iemand in het huis te gaan vinden, om een object te gaan halen voor hem, of misschien wel om een ontbijtje te serveren. Wie weet, de robots moeten op alles voorbereid zijn, hier over 10 minuten bij de at-home arena's.
hear you say, tell me how many food items are on the table. Thanks for confirming.
just a few minutes, our general purpose service robot challenge will start here at the at-home arenas. The referees are currently getting ready. They are instructing their volunteers and they are preparing the arena for all the different commands the robots will receive in these coming 2 hours. Each team will have 5 minutes to perform as many tasks as possible, but they don't know which tasks they will receive. The robot must understand the command and then execute it to the best of its ability. But because there are so many tasks, team need to be prepared for everything. In a few minutes, once our referees are ready, we will begin here in the at-home arenas. Looks like the challenge has started here in our leftmost arena. We have one of the robots getting ready to receive a command. Appears to be the robot of Team Erasers. Now the referee will give the robot a command, and the robot will have to execute it in this household. One of the volunteers has been placed. The chances are the robot has been tasked with finding our volunteer in the red shirt and bringing them back to our referee. But the robot's getting awfully close to our volunteer. And we can't see if the emergency stop has been pressed. But it looks like this trial is over for Team Erasers. The robot got too close to the volunteer, and the referee had to press the emergency button. In our middle arena, the robot is getting ready to enter the arena and move to the instruction point. The robot has entered the living room. The robot has received its command from the referee. But will it be able to correctly execute the command?
Please say yes or no. You said, follow that link from the TV table to the office. Is that I did not understand you. Please say yes or no.
But the robot did not hear our referee and has to ask again. It is quite understandable, as the venue here can be quite noisy. Because the robots continue to not understand our referee, the team may opt to use a QR code to communicate the task to the robot. The robot's gotten into action. It's going to the TV cabinet. And it appears to be looking for something. But what might the robot be looking for? The robot has been examining the TV cabinet. Perhaps it's taking some time to watch TV before going on to its next task.
Harry, I will now follow you to the office. Please start.
The robot appears to have completed the command, or so it believes. Perhaps its command is not yet finished. The robot is heading towards the desk in the office. It's moving past our referee. appears that the desired behavior is for the robot to follow the referee for a bit. But the robot remains stationary. The referee is telling the robot yes. Has completed the task, but the robot needs to understand his confirmation. The robot returning to the instruction point, but will it have enough time to complete another task? Meanwhile, here in our leftmost arena, we can see another robot, the robot of UT Austin Villa, entering the arena and moving towards the inspection point. This team has come all the way from Texas to show us their robot. Let's see what they have in store. This RoboCup Team Austin Villa is with only 3 people, but they have made it this far into our competition. The robot has received its task. Its task is to inform the referee how many standing persons are in the office. You can currently see 3 people in the office, but one of them is sitting. Will the robot be able to recognize the people in the office? And will it also recognize that one of them is not in fact standing? Here we test how aware our robot is of its surroundings. Is able to correctly perceive the humans in the office and the actions that they are performing. The robot having a careful look around, turning his head all the way around to get a good view of all 3 of our volunteers. The robots return to the inspection point to have the correct information. The referees are making a new task for the robot. These tasks are generated completely random, so there is no predicting what the robot might have to do. And based on this task, the referee re-instructs his volunteers and prepares the arena. Meanwhile, here in our middle arena, we can see something unique. The team has requested what we call a non-expert operator. We have asked a member of the audience to step into the arena and to instruct the robot to perform these tasks. This person has never worked with robots before, and so he will use his natural language to talk to the robot. And the robot's task is to comprehend the natural language of the custom operator. The robot has received the task and is currently executing it. I cannot overestimate how difficult it is to understand a non-expert operator. If this is indeed the correct task that the robot is performing, and that is an excellent performance from Team Nimro. The robot is heading to the kitchen counter. And here on the kitchen counter, the robot is inspecting the area. Perhaps it is tasked with counting the food items on the kitchen counter. Or perhaps it is tasked with retrieving one of the items. The robot appears to be stationary. Perhaps it is thinking, deliberating on what to do next. But the robot has made up its mind and is returning to the inspection point. The robot has returned to the living room. The robot has informed the operator of the smallest item on the kitchen counter, and it appears to be correct. So that's one completed task for Team Nimro, using a non-expert operator. Good job, well done. The referees are preparing the next task. The robot appears to be. The referees have set the arena. They are getting ready to give the command to the robot. The robot is busy trying to understand the non-expert operator. It appears to have reached a conclusion on what the task is. The robot started moving, starting to execute this task. It correctly understood the previous assignment, and from the looks of the referee, it also understood this one correctly. Understanding a non-expert operator is very difficult. We as roboticists have sort of learned ways to make these robots understand us. We know how to speak clearly and where to put our emphasis, but that is oftentimes not how humans naturally speak. And so, given like the natural speech that humans would use, understanding that is still quite a challenge for a lot of robots, especially in an environment such as this. So the fact that Team Nimro is able to accomplish this is exceptional. Now the robot appears to be looking at the coffee table. And it's asking for assistance from the referee. On its screen it's showing the information, but it appears that the referee was not in time to hand the robot the object. Now one might say that the referee was too slow, but one might also say that the robot should be intelligent enough to wait when something has been handed to it. And it looks like that is it for Team Nimro, but still an excellent performance. A big round of applause for understanding a non-expert operator. And also a big round of applause for our audience volunteer. Currently waiting for the next contestants to enter the arena. Here in our middle arena, another robot is entering and getting ready to interact with our non-expert operator. The robot has reached the instruction point here in the middle arena. Trying to understand the non-expert operator. It is a task which it's now executing. The big question remains whether the robot understood the custom operator correctly or not. approaching and looking through the kitchen, where he's trying to find something or someone. Perhaps it has been asked to count the amount of humans in the kitchen area. In this case, there are no humans in the kitchen area at all, but there are several humans sort of around the kitchen area. The owner will be able to distinguish where these people are, or will they get confused. Now the robot will return to the instruction point, where it will report its findings to the operator and be ready for its next command. Team Softbank is back at the instruction point. Our referee is preparing the arena for the next task. A packet of crisps is placed on the coffee table. The robot's given its next command. The robot is tasked with finding a snack in the living room and bringing it to Julia in the kitchen. Our referees have placed a packet of crisps on the table and asked a volunteer to place in the kitchen area. Now let's see if the robot is able to perform these tasks in sequence. The robot has reached the coffee table and is now looking for a snack. This packet of crisps that has been placed there is a snack. And the robot must pick that up. If it picks up the flowers, those are not considered snacks. But the robot turns around. What is it doing? Is it asking for assistance? Or will it? There's only 1 minute left for the robot of Team Softbank to score points in this challenge. They must pick up the packet of crisps and deliver it to Julia in the kitchen area. But 1 minute is not a lot of time for a robot to accomplish this. There are many steps to take in this process. And if all of them go well, even then it will take a long time. The robot's looking throughout the living room, looking for a snack, which he can then deliver to Julia. But the robot is not finding it because it's looking at the TV cabinet where nothing has been placed. 4, 3, 2, 1. And unfortunately that is it for Team Softbank. But still an excellent performance. A big round of applause for Team Softbank and our volunteers. Meanwhile, here in our DSPL arena, we have Team Hibikiro Musashi making their attempt and currently interacting with one of the volunteers. Appears to be going back to the instruction point. And yes, from the looks of it, that is a correctly executed command from the robot of Hibikino Musashi. The referees are preparing the arena for the next task that the robots will have to accomplish. The referees have set the arena and will now give the command to the robot.
I'm ready for my instructions. Did I hear you say tell me how many stacks
The command is to grasp a cleaning supply from the kitchen counter and bring it to the dinner table.
Thanks for confirming.
This is quite a long command for the robot to understand, and the robot must piece together the fact that it, in the second part of the sentence, refers to the cleaning supply that it picked up beforehand. This contextual information is very natural for us humans, but for robots, it is something that they must learn. The robot is making its way towards the kitchen area. It appears that it has understood the command. Now let's see if it makes its way to the kitchen counter, and if it can find the small sponge that our referee has placed there. There are a lot of objects on the kitchen counter, including some decorations which the robot does not necessarily recognize.
I'm ready for my
The robot is having a look, trying to identify all the objects, getting as much information as it can.
That more closely. Sorry, could you
But
repeat that?
information is known is not enough. And it seems the robot couldn't find, it did find a cleaning supply, and it's now trying to grasp it.
Could you repeat that more
Will the robot be successful in its grasping?
Everything fine.
It's not moving yet, but perhaps it's deliberating on how to best grasp the kitchen sponge.
You don't have to do anything. Just stop the time. Just so you can.
And it's moving. It's going for the grasp on the kitchen sponge. It grips. But is the grip strong enough? Will it lift? It does! It has picked up the kitchen sponge. And it is now bringing it to the dinner table.
I'm ready for my instructions.
From the referee, it looks like time has passed between Hibikino Musashi. But they can still show us that they're able to complete the command by placing the kitchen sponge on the table. The robot looks at the kitchen table. We must find an empty spot for this kitchen sponge to be placed. As placing it into the vase of flowers would not be a very good idea.
Did I hear you say I'll not be a heritage right again?
And the robot is trying to place the object.
Thanks
It's
for
getting very close to the other object on the table, but it has succeeded. The kitchen sponge is on the dinner table. An excellent performance by Team Hibikino Musashi. going for their second attempt at this general purpose service robot challenge. The robot's approaching the kitchen area. The volunteer has taken place there. Chances are the robot will have to find this volunteer in his red shirt. The volunteer started waving to make it easier for the robot to find him. Will the robot recognize him? Then half of his body is obscured by the dinner table. The robot is returning to the instruction point, getting ready to receive its next command. The referees are preparing for this next command. The kitchen sponge has come into play. The referees have prepared the arena for the next command asked of the robot. But will the robot understand the command correctly? The environment here is quite noisy. And speech recognition is difficult even on the best of days. The robot appears to be having some trouble understanding the referee. And if it does not know the command which it is supposed to execute, it will be very difficult for the robot to do so. The robot has correctly understood the command this time. The command in this case is to go to the kitchen counter, fetch a sponge and bring it back to our referee. The robot has been told that the sponge is somewhere in the kitchen, but it does not know where. So the robot has no choice but to look for all possible locations. The kitchen sponge is currently on the kitchen counter, but the robot starts its search by looking at the cabinet. But it appears our referee is making an adjustment. Perhaps the command was bring it specifically from the kitchen cabinet. But then again, our robot does not yet know on which shelf it can find the kitchen sponge. Has the robot seen the kitchen sponge? There's something in its perception going wrong. The robot cannot pick up what it cannot see. So the robot being able to see this kitchen sponge is very important. But the cabinet can be quite dark for the robot. So perhaps it believes the kitchen sponge is actually a shadow of some kind. Or Team Erasers has called it. They're abandoning their attempt and going for the next run. Meanwhile, here in our little arena, busy trying to execute one of the commands. And the command is to go to the kitchen counter and give a banana to the operator. There is in fact a banana on the kitchen counter. But the robot appears to be more focused on the kitchen table. It's getting awfully close to the table. Hopefully it doesn't bump into it, because that might cause our referees to press the emergency stop. The robot has now reached the kitchen counter. Now the question becomes, will it be able to recognize the banana, pick it up and return it to our referee? Here in our middle arena, the robot has inspected, or is inspecting the kitchen counter.
Please step back and reach my arm out.
And it appears that the robot is asking for the referee to hand it the banana.
Say I am done.
The robot unfortunately is not able to pick up the banana, but it recognizes its own limitations and asks for assistance. There are many challenges in this at-home league. We want to make sure that even if robots don't have all the skills, they're still able to show off what they have made. Now, the robot banana in hand is going back to the instruction point, hoping to hand the banana back over to the referee. The robot of Team Laser is returning with the banana in hand to our referee. But it must be fast if it wants to complete another command. These robots only get 5 minutes to complete as many commands successfully as they can. But the robot appears to be facing the wrong way.
Please step back and reach my arm.
The robot's indicated that it's going to move its arm and ask the referee to step back so they don't get hurt.
Say I am done.
The referee has gotten his banana, but he has chosen not to eat it. After all, we might need this banana for another task later in this challenge. That is the it for Team Laser. An excellent performance. Now our next team has chosen to use the non-expert operator. For those of you just joining in, the non-expert operator is a member of the audience that we have selected at random to help us perform this challenge. We as robotic developers often know how to speak to a robot to make sure it understands us. But this is not always how we as humans naturally speak. So therefore we want to test how does this robot hold up if someone just speaks to the robot in natural language. This can be extremely difficult because people talk in a vast variety of ways. While we as humans are easily able to understand one another even if we speak differently, that is because we've been training to do this since birth. And these robots, because this is so easy for us humans, we stop to think about how difficult it really is. So we'll have to see how this team performs here in the middle arena at the RoboCup at home arenas. In a few moments, the robots in the at-home league will enter the arena, take their positions and await a random command from the operator. These tasks can vary wildly, and the robot must be able to complete all of them, or just any of them, if it wants to score points. The robots and the teams don't know which commands will be given to the robot until they are in the arena itself. And here we can see in the middle arena, the robot is entering through the doorway and making its way to the living room, where it will receive its command from a volunteer from our audience. The robot in the middle arena is trying to understand the non-expert operator. Will it be able to correctly receive the command? The robot appears to be having some trouble. Our volunteer has to crouch down and speak loudly to the robot. The robot should be able to understand the command of the operator. Having some trouble understanding what the operator is saying here in this crowded RoboCup environment. You can also see our rightmost arena. The robot Hera from Team RoboCup trying to understand the command of our groceries.
Then you can ask me to do something. If I did not
While
understand
here in the middle arena,
you need to call me again.
the robot has received the command. The command in this case is to find Laura in the office and guide her to the coffee table.
Now, how can I help you?
Correction is to find Laura in the hallway and guide them to the coffee table. Laura is currently in place in the hallway. It is only a matter of time until the robot will find her. The robot appears to be stuck in the living room. It does not seem entirely. It seems like the navigation is having some trouble. But the robot starts moving again. Only need to come to a stop shortly after. The robot appears to be stuck in this small corner near the doorway. It can't seem to find a way past. What a shame, the robot can't enter the hallway. It will become very difficult for the robot to find Laura.
Mostly wearing event lanyards, suggesting they may be participants, staff, or attendees of the event. The two individuals in the middle seem to be engaged in a conversation or shared activity. Holding what might be a controller, others are looking away, possibly
The robot's now making progress.
while one person is looking directly into
It
the
is so
camera,
close to entering the
taking a
hallway.
photograph or recording
stopped again.
There are also
What could be
two
happening here?
armchairs, one occupied and one vacant. Overall, it seems you're at a
Perhaps something
bustling
in the
event
navigation
where
is
various
wrong.
activities related
Perhaps
to
the robot sees an
robotics might be
obstacle
taking
where there is none.
place.
Perhaps the robot believes that something is blocking its path. The time is running out. Only 10 seconds are left for this robot to find Laura in the hallway and guide her to the coffee table here in the living room. But that is it. Time is up. Still a big round of applause for both this team and for our lovely audience volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a big round of applause for our audience volunteers. Here in our leftmost arenas, the robot of Team Pumas that are just entering or just leaving the arena. But it appears they are just leaving and making room for the next contestants. We will be back here shortly. Here in the leftmost arena, we can see one of the robots who appears to be looking for a referee who is pointing at an object that he wants to be picked up. Will the robot be able to recognize what our referee is pointing at? The robot is quite close to the referee, so it might not be able to get a good view of his entire posture. He appears to be looking around, all the way around, but he does not seem to find our referee. Now what will the robot do? Will it find another place to look for the operator? Or will it give up and go back to the instruction point? The robot appears to have abandoned his task and go back to the instruction point, hoping to do better in its next attempt. The robot's reporting on its previous task and it's getting a new task from the referee. The robot will have to work very hard to understand the command, but it appears the robot has understood the referee correctly. The robot has started to execute his task. He's moving towards the coffee table. There's two people sitting on the couch. Oh. So the robot is apparently unable to provide the information that the operator has requested. And time is running out for this team. Contestants are lining up to tackle this extremely difficult challenge. Which one will be ready first? All robots are queued up, and here in our leftmost arena, the door has been opened for the robot to enter. The robot heading into the arena, going towards its instruction point, but it appears to be stuck in the doorway. Will the robot still manage to enter the house? Or will this be a very premature end for Team Run Sweep? No, the robot has entered the house safely and is now making its way to the living room. The robot has reached the living room and will now try to receive a command from the operator. But apparently the robot has other plans. I believe that this team is going to serve some breakfast on this dinner table here. For that, they will need to pick up the bowl, the spoon, the cereal, and the milk. Ooh, and unfortunately the referee had to press the emergency stop. Something went wrong. To save the robot from itself, the referee shut it down. Team Run Sweep is getting their robot out of the arena. And the referees are preparing for the next team. And it looks like now the robot believes it cannot drive any further. Will it be able to get out of this situation? Or will this be the end of this particular team's run? This appears to be Team Toby, a very experienced team here at RoboCup. It would be a shame if their run ended with the robots, but it appears that that is the case. The robot got stuck during navigation and believed it could no longer safely move. So instead of damaging the environment around it, the robot decided to stop. Here in our leftmost arena at the domestic standard platform league, we see another robot, the robot team Austin Villa from Texas, getting ready to receive commands. Robots receive the command. They must bring an object from the kitchen counter over to the person near the shelf. These compound commands can be quite tricky, as the robot must first execute the first step, then the second and then the third. And each of these steps can go wrong potentially, both in understanding and in execution. So the robot is heading to the kitchen counters. There are a lot of objects placed there. From the looks of it, all objects are of the type food. The robot is currently looking for the referee who has raised their hand. The robot's going backwards, getting awfully close to the dinner table. And the referee is now following the robot. The robot was asked to guide the referee to the person near the shelf. We have one of the volunteers near the shelf. The robot must find this person and then introduce the referee to them. The robot is now currently looking for the person that is near the shelf. The person wearing the green shirt. And the robot is returning to the living room where it will receive its next command. The robot has decided to go back through the hallway to get to the living room. The robot is ready for its next command, but our referees must first prepare the arena. The referee is taking a bunch of drinks task will we give the robot next? The teams and the robots never know. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of commands that we might give the robots. So teams must make sure that the robot is able to execute all of them, not by programming them all individually, but by making sure that the robot has the skills to perform whatever task it is presented with. Receive its command. It is heading for the kitchen cabinet. Heading for the kitchen cabinet. Now it's moving to inspect all the objects that are present in the cabinet itself. There are currently 3 drinks in the cabinet. And the robot is probably asked to count these objects. Now the robot, having completed its task successfully, returns to its starting position. But it appears that it's time. The robot of Team Aston Villa has moved out of the arena. Team Nimro entering and getting ready to receive its first command from a non-expert operator. This operator is a volunteer who has not worked with robots before. So the robot must have excellent speech recognition if it wants to understand the command given by this operator. And if the commands are not understood, then the robot cannot actually score any points in this challenge. clear how the robot is trying to achieve it. The robot's currently in the corner of the living room. It is as yet unclear what its purpose is. The robot only has 5 minutes to complete as many commands as possible. So getting stuck like this will cost precious time for Team Nimro. Will the robot get out of this? Or will this be the end of the try of Team Nimro? They seem to be able to understand the non-expert operator, that they are then not able to score points by executing at least a part of the challenge, and that will be 0 points for this particular attempt. And that would be such a shame. Probably only the teams know what's going through the robot's head right now. Or maybe even the teams themselves don't know what's going on. If the robot does not make a good move within 30 seconds, the referees might call it quits and say that this is the end for this attempt from Team Nimro. What might this robot possibly be thinking? Perhaps something went wrong here. Perhaps the robot doesn't know exactly where it is in the arena and believes that its goal is exactly in this particular corner. It does not look like the robot can get out of this on its own. Perhaps this is it for this trial of Team Nimro. Meanwhile, here in our leftmost arena, you can see another domestic standard platform getting ready to perform a task. They've approached the kitchen cabinet and are now inspecting the objects that are there. It seems their conclusion was correct. Chances are the robot has been asked some question about the contents of the cabinet. Examples might be what is the heaviest object there, or what dishware can be found in the cabinet. Now the robots are getting ready for the next command. But it appears that this is time. And the team is asked to remove their robot from the arena. The team is extremely happy with their performance, rightfully so, as they cart their robot off to prepare for the later challenges in this tournament. Meanwhile, here it seems that the attempt of Team Nimro has ended, and they are leaving the arena. In the middle arena we have Chief Scientist office getting ready to enter their robot into the arena. And we are most left. You can see, I believe it is the team of Yukino Musashi queuing their robot and opens the door. Meanwhile, the robot of Chief Scientist office has entered the arena and must now make its way to the living room. Rightmost arena, a non-expert operator is giving commands to the robot. Will the robot understand the commands of our non-expert operator? We have a person in the living room waving. Perhaps the robot will ask to find this person. Perhaps the robot will ask what the posture of this person was. The robot does not appear to understand the non-expert operator. It is a risk that the team takes in choosing to use one. Meanwhile, in our leftmost arena, we can see Team Yukino Musashi. The robot is going towards the kitchen where a person is seated at the dinner table. But the robot is moving past them and heading right for the office. Perhaps they're standing in the doorway to the office to get a better look at everyone. The robot has started looking for people in the living or in the kitchen. Now will they be able to find our volunteer in the kitchen? The robot appears to be looking at the trash bin for quite some time. Perhaps it's taking a long time to look for people. Perhaps it is finding too many people outside the arena that are confusing it. Slowly but surely, the robot is scanning the kitchen for people. But this slow scanning can take a lot of precious time for Team Yukino Musashi. The robot keeps scanning. Hopefully it has found our volunteer. Here in the middle arena we can see our referee showing a QR code to the robot. This is an alternate means of communicating the tasks to the robot when speech recognition is not possible. And now the robot is starting to execute its task. The task is to look for a lying person in the kitchen and tell them something about the robot itself. The robot is currently looking for a person lying down. The robot must be into the people. And it must then tell the person something about the robot itself. The robot is not facing the person lying down. Perhaps he's still looking for one. The robot appears to have some trouble finding the person lying down on the floor. Team Tidy Boy is unsure what might be happening, but time is running out. The robot will have to complete this task successfully or go back to receive a second command. The robot's going back, hopefully. Our lying down person won't get hurt by the robot, as it doesn't appear to be seeing them entirely. But luckily our brave volunteer is unhurt. The robot is still looking for the person lying down in the kitchen area. And they're then tasked with telling this person something about them. And the robot's returning to the instruction point. It's still unclear whether this task was completed successfully or whether the robot had to abandon its current task in favor of going for a second attempt. The referees are making a second command and getting the arena ready for the robot of Team Tidy Boy to show us another great performance. These commands are generated completely random, so there's a large variety of tasks the robot may face. They don't know in advance what the robot is asked to do, and this makes this challenge extremely difficult, because these teams need to be prepared for everything. The referees are preparing the arena. They're showing the robot the QR code which contains the command. The robot's heading to the kitchen table. Received the task from the referees. The robot is tasked with bringing a fork from the kitchen table back to the referees. The robot appears to be asking for some assistance. The robot asked the referee to hand the fork over to the robot through a slight point deduction, but it does mean the robot is able to complete this command if it is able to make its way back to the operator and hand them the fork. It's quite unusual to see Team Tidy Boy asking for a handover. Usually they are very good in their manipulations. The robot's commands to the referee are not entirely clear. The robot is gripped the fork very tightly and is not handing it over to the operator. And it appears that that is time. The two tiny boys struggling a bit with two difficult commands. Meanwhile, here in our leftmost arena, you can see the robot of Team Suturo. The robot is going backwards, making its way to the office. The referee looks a bit close, but it is still safe. And we can only wonder what task the robot was asked to perform here. The robot is currently looking throughout the office here and probably trying to find people. The person that they are interested in is the volunteer sitting at the desk with its red shirt. But the robot appears to be stationary. Perhaps it's taking a very long time to look for people here. Or perhaps it has encountered some form of error. Only Team Suturo, and maybe not even Team Suturo, knows what's going on. We can only hope that the robot will resume moving within 30 seconds. Otherwise, the referee will call for an early stop. And that appears to be the case. That is it for Team Suturo here. Here in our middle arena, we see a team attempting to do a receptionist challenge. Where robots must invite people into the household and introduce them to all the other guests present. In order to do this, the robots must be able to understand the guests and be able to also instruct the guests to follow them. We are looking at the social interaction skills of our robots. Are they making eye contact? Are they pleasant? Are they polite? These are the things we want of a good host. And we want our robot to be good hosts. Meanwhile, we are in our rightmost arena. You can see the robot of, I believe, Team F-Bots doing the General Purpose Service Robot Challenge. The robot has received the task and is currently heading for the hallway. So it appears that Team F-Bots is also performing the Receptionist Challenge. The robots appear to have some trouble understanding the guests here. Meanwhile, over in our leftmost arena, you can see the home team of this tournament, Tech United Eindhoven, making their attempt at the GPSR challenge. They're using a QR code to instruct the robots on what task to perform. But will the robot recognize and be able to read this QR code? There appears to be some trouble on the robot side. The referees are preparing the arena for the next task. It seems the previous task could not be executed by the robot of Tech United Eindhoven. So they're hoping that this next task, that they will have more luck with the random generation of the tasks that are given to the robot. These tasks are completely random, and depending on what comes out of the generator, the robot may be asked to perform different skills and show different actions. The robot is showing another QR code. Let's hope the robot is able to read the QR code correctly this time. And it appears that this time the robot has correctly understood the assignment and is now heading to the goal. The robot is heading to the kitchen area. The robot has entered the office. You can already see numerous objects stacked on the desk. The robot is instead heading for the shelf. And they're going to have a look and see what objects are present there. Perhaps the robot is looking for something. Maybe it's the dish soap present on the shelf. The robot is now returning to the living room. Apparently, it has gotten the information it wants from perceiving the shelf and is now getting ready for its third task. Let's hope there's enough time left for Team Tech United Eindhoven. And the time has stopped. The referees are preparing the arena for the next command. The robot showed another QR code, and hopefully the robot has now understood the command and will start executing it. But the robot appears to have misunderstood the command given by the referee. And the team leader has also decided that that is it. That is as much point as Team Tech United Eindhoven is going to get. One maybe correctly executed command, and two commands which unfortunately could not be understood. Quite a pity for our whole team, Tech United Eindhoven. But hopefully we will see better performances out of them in the remaining challenges of this tournament. Here in our rightmost arena, another robot has entered the arena and getting ready to perform its task. From the looks of it, this robot is attempting to perform the receptionist task. The robot is asked to introduce new guests into the household and seat them at a party. The robot is currently guiding a guest towards the living room, but it can't seem to find a way through the door. It appears to be stuck in an endless cycle of turning in place, but it's making progress ever so slightly. And yes, it finds its way through the door. Now let's hope it's able to properly introduce the guest to the host already sitting on the couch. The robot started looking around the arena, looking for the host whose name is John, who's already sitting on the couch. The robot is looking to introduce our new guest to the host, John. The robot has indicated a place for our new guest to sit. It's been able to see the couch and saw that there's another empty spot on its right side. Meanwhile, we can see another robot entering our middle arena and getting ready for the General Purpose Service Robot Challenge. Here the robot has received a command from our referee. The robot in our middle arena appears to be having some trouble understanding the referee. The robot must first understand the command if they want to hope to get points for this particular challenge. The robot now has understood the referee and is starting to execute the task. It's moving towards the TV cabinet where several items are laid out. The robot has inspected the TV cabinet and is now going back with the information.
I went to the dishwasher. I have my secretary to the side position.
Did you say thank me? I can't do your tasks, so please give me a hand. To fetch water from the kitchen cabinet, bring it to Jessie in the office tray. All right, what do you want me to do?
retrieval messages. You have found the bug. Please check your files to see the detected object. Please place the cup in neutral and show it on your face. Please answer yourself during face challenge. Place the object on your hand, as shown on your face. You will close my hand. 1, 2, 2, 1. Closing the dishwasher. Just a warning. I will use the key to help closing the dishwasher. You will only push the lock with the plate.
gentlemen, in about 5 minutes, we will begin the Clean the Table Challenge here in the at-home arenas. Our robots will be tasked with cleaning up the table after quite a messy dinner. The robots will have to put all the dishes in the dishwasher and then, if possible, put a dishwasher tab in the dishwasher so the dishwasher can start washing all these dishes. Alright, welcome everyone. In a few minutes we will be starting our Clean the Table Challenge here in the at-home arenas. In this challenge, our robots will be tasked with cleaning up quite a messy dinner. They'll have to move all the dishes into the dishwasher and then, if possible, pick up a dishwasher tab and put it in the slot for the dishwasher tab. This may seem easy, but in this task, the robot will have to pick up a variety of objects. You'll have to pick up a plate, a bowl, at least 2 pieces of cutlery, and a mug. All of these have unique shapes, and all of these have their own unique space in the dishwasher. And it's up to the robot to determine which objects to pick, how to pick these up, and where in the dishwasher they should be placed. These things may seem trivial to us humans because we've done them so many times already. But for a robot, these things can still be quite challenging. So we're kind of looking to see how this will evolve. We are in luck here, as we get to watch 3 arenas where robots will be loading dishwashers at the same time. So we'll be running back and forth between the arenas, trying to find where the interesting action is happening. With me up here, Kurt.
Yes, I could ask for the hands to people who ask me about the last book to me go, how do we do it? And this is a very great house. So, as a human being, I'm very forward to this time, and hopefully I see the world succeeding, loading the dishwasher, and hopefully the robot will be around in the coming years.
We've seen some robots that are already quite good at this in the past years. A lot of robots are able to place a large amount of the dishes in the dishwasher, but sometimes they still get the placements slightly off. Maybe we'll add that in some next year's competition because loading the dishwasher, that's something we don't like to do, and unloading the dishwasher is sort of similar.
Can you leverage on the difficulties these robots have to perform? They have to look at the table and find something on the inside.
Yes, so the robots don't yet know where all the dishes are. The robots have to look at the table itself, and the table is not very clean. We have some decorations here, which might confuse the image perception of the robots. Perhaps they might mistake one of the jewelry for a cup, or flowers. Yeah, one of the flowers or a cookie tin, and those don't need to end up in the dishwasher. Yes, so from the moment our referee opens the door, the teams are no longer in control of their robot.
And you see now in the left field from the audience, there is a robot entering the room.
Yes, we can see the robot of Tech United Eindhoven, our own home team, is entering the arena, and the robot's making its way towards the kitchen where the dishes have been placed on the table.
That's very exciting. See, coming a little black thing about and there it is.
The robot is slightly taller than the walls we have here.
So for everybody knows, the next thing a robot now is entered the dining room, and
Yes.
we will be doing the assembly and the cups and the place to put it in the dishwasher.
Yes, but the robot appears to not be on the right side for the dishes. It appears to be checking the other side of the table first.
Yes. Whenever we started this, when there were no dishes,
Yes.
now it's going to the right side of the table.
He's determined very quickly that there's no dishes on this side of the table. And now it looks like indeed, it looks like he's approaching the dishwasher. Perhaps he's trying to open it as well. Let's have a closer look. Yes, I can see the dishwasher is closed. The robot of Tech United is moving its gripper closer towards it. Yes, it's closing the gripper. It's gripped around the bar, but is it strong enough to actually pull the dishwasher open? It's struggling. The referee is putting his hand close to the emergency stop. This is quite dangerous for the robot, and the referee has decided, for the safety of the robot, to shut it down. Perhaps, depending on how our jury will judge this. So what we can see here is the robot's trying to open the dishwasher, but the dishwasher door is not an object in free space. It's actually attached to the floor of the dishwasher.
This is very difficult because the electric force not directly to the washing, but also to the ground because it needs to be opened, not to be ripped out of the wall.
Yeah, indeed. The robot has to apply force to the dishwasher, but it only has to do so in the direction that it's opening. And any force that it applies in the other way will lead to friction and possible damage to either the robot or the dishwasher itself.
And that's how we work that's now this subtask is halted.
Exactly.
Now are we waiting for this task to start again?
So now Tech United is asked to remove their robot from the arena and make space for the next team.
So this time is finished now.
So this trial is finished now. Each team gets 2 attempts at this loading the dishwasher challenge, and Tech United has a small amount of time to hopefully resolve this issue and score well on their second go around. That is very dependent on the strategy the team chooses to do. Opening the dishwasher awards a large amount of points, but as we just saw, it is a big risk. If things are not going well, in that case, yeah, we get a premature stop. Yes. In the meantime, let's have a look what's happening in the other 2 arenas.
In the most right arena, and a robot has entered the room as well, so we will be looking for the pitching, looking at the dishwasher, and hoping we'll see some action here from this robot.
Yes, indeed. And here on the most right side, we have the Open Platform League. So, whereas before we saw the robot of Tech United, that is a standard platform, and all the teams in that league are using the same platform. But here, the teams are free to customize their robot as much as they want. So here we see a robot that I think is a little Tiago, or used to be one, but it's been heavily modified for this team's purposes.
Okay, so now it's inspecting the table, trying to locate the dishes, I think.
Yes, so we're trying to locate the dishes, and the dishes are in a difficult place because they are behind a chair.
Very difficult. Is it allowed to be able to move the chair?
So the robot is allowed to move the chair, but it must do so itself, or it must request the referee to remove the chairs.
And we will get negative points.
They don't necessarily get negative points, because even moving the chair is quite difficult. So I would expect most teams to try and pick up the objects over the chair. But then they would have to be careful not to bump into the chair, otherwise they might get an emergency stop as well.
Let's see how this turns out.
The robot appears to be deliberating on what to do, but the judges, it appears that this is it. The robot of Team Soccer is stuck. They will remove it from the arena.
Okay, then we'll have the second chance to get
Yes.
back to the most left field, I think, or the middle field.
Let's see what's happening in the middle field. Ah, yes, here we can see our final league that we have here in the at-home category. That is the social standard platform league, and that is indeed performed with peppers. Now this pepper is trying to make its way to the kitchen area,
So they have to perform the same task.
so that all the teams have to perform the same tasks, but they're using different hardware.
Yeah. And why is there a difference? Is it just the power?
So the cable is actually connected to another laptop, and that laptop is used to give Pepper a bit more computing power. Because while Pepper can already do quite a lot, the tasks in this home challenge can be so complicated that they must be given a hand with another PC.
The other person is also automatically
Yes, the team is not touching the laptop.
rather processing the
It's more, yes, it is a matter of processing issues.
So the pepper itself is not strong enough to calculate all these tasks. So one computer is calculating all these tasks and instructing them directly to the pepper robot itself.
Yes, indeed. So some of the most computationally expensive tasks will be outsourced to this other laptop. For example, I imagine image recognition is one of the things that might be outsourced. The pepper is approaching the table, and I think now might be the time to use that extra laptop for this computational power.
The robot can use the interpretation of the image to the computer, mapping objects, mapping positions, and then controlling the server and thinking about how far do I actually reach the robot.
Yes, indeed. And it is also about categorizing these objects. So that means figuring out what is this red object? Is this a cup? Is this a bowl?
And how do I put it? How do I grab it? It's just more serious. They're not deliberate. So perhaps he has a little advantage in manipulating the objects or not.
Perhaps it might have a bit of advantage, but the downside that comes with adding more fingers is that each individual grip finger has less strength. So the weight of objects that Pepper can lift is quite low comparative to the standard platforms that we see in the domestic standard platform league and in the open platform league. Yes, it appears that detecting the objects did not succeed here. But here we can see another robot in our leftmost arena with the domestic standard platform approaching the dishwasher and going apparently for an attempt to open the dishwasher.
Yes, on the left field in the audience, there is another robot trying to open the dishwasher, which we already know is very complicated and different task.
But I can see the dishwasher is already open. So this robot will now start trying to place all of the objects in the dishwasher.
Okay, the robot is approaching the table, looking for the objects, identifying them, categorizing them, and then building up a strategy how to grab them into his triggers.
Yes.
And the triggers are, let's see which object he tries first.
But it appears that the team Tiny Boy has determined that there's some sort of issue as they're shutting their robot down. Sometimes these teams can recognize when the robot's not behaving the way they expect. And in those cases, they might choose to shut the robot down before it damages itself.
And then back to the right field, and you see the robot already taking a spin.
Yes, here we have Team Tiny Boy, the current leader in the rankings for the open platform league, and they're placing a spoon which should be placed in the dishwasher rack.
And they get points if they place it in the dishwasher.
They get points if they place it in the dishwasher. They get more points if they place it in the correct spot in the dishwasher. So for the cutlery, it will be in the basket where you place all the cutlery.
So they not only have to identify the objects on the table, but they also have to identify and inspect the dishwasher itself to see where exactly to place every piece. So now if you look, it's a very nice move. You took the plate and moved slightly a little bit to the border of the table to have a nice grip on it. It's very difficult, very precise movement. Very early to see a robot doing that, I think. Very nice.
Yes, the robot pulls the plate over the edge in order to get a very firm grip on the object. But now will it be able to place it in the correct spot in the dishwasher? The room between these spokes is slim, so the robot will have to be very precise.
Here on the right side, I think, he's a very promising robot.
Very promising. You can hear flattering of the plate, but I cannot see if it made the right position.
Let's have a look. So he put the plate in the correct position, I think.
So it says the plate is in the correct position. That is indeed extra bonus points.
The spoon besides the basket.
So the spoon just
But there's a fork, and let's see if we manage to put the fork in the correct position in the dishwasher.
This is very close to the perfect performance that we're aiming towards here in the at-home league.
Moving towards the dishwasher, going down, and then dropping the fork.
Yes.
Dropping
It
the
drops
fork in
it
the
in.
perfect position. Extra points for very well done.
That's very well done by Team Tiny Boy from Korea.
And then now the cup is the final.
And finally the cup. And the cup might be a bit tricky to place, because how would you place a cup in the dishwasher curd?
Yes, I would like to place it upside down.
Indeed. And how would you grip this cup if you were
Yeah, so the robot has to grip, get the cup and turn 180 degrees upside down. Let's see if he manages
Yes.
that.
Oh! Unfortunately it dropped it. The tricky part with the cup is that the more stable positions to grip it actually prevent you from placing it upside down.
I think it's very difficult because we as humans with hands in our hands are wonderful things. We have strength and manipulating strength, but we can also have the feeling. We know how hard we tend to grab objects.
We have many sensors in our hands code. We have contact detection, we have force detection, and we're able to feel when an object slips from our grasp.
And so a robot is very difficult.
A robot will need additional sensors in order to perceive this.
So very well done to see Tiny Boy from South Korea, I think.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if there's another competition on a robot.
So here in the DSPL arena, we can see a robot with a bowl in its hand. And it's decided to place this in the top drawer of the dishwasher with success.
So that's already the first piece of items to put in the dishwasher. It's now approaching the table again, standing and looking for one that can grab.
Yes, I'm wondering how many of these objects this robot will be able to grab from this position. Because at some point the object will become too far away for the robot to reach from here.
I think I know these are very different. You look at the other side.
Yes, and that might make both perception and grasping a little bit more difficult.
And how many times does each team have to perform the task?
So for these tasks in our second stage, each team has 10 minutes to perform this task. That's already twice as long as they had for the previous task in this competition, but it is still a very short amount of time.
Once you get a girl approaching the spoon, trying to grab it.
It appears to have it, but it doesn't come up.
Now let's see. The robot believes it has grabbed spoon with the
Well, we don't know yet if the robot believes it has grabbed the spoon. I've seen robots before who have missed something and then realized that they've not succeeded in their grasp and go for it again.
And how do they realize the camera on the grippers?
So there is a camera on the grippers. And some teams might use that camera to detect if there's an object in there. But what other teams might do is also detect the position of the fingers. If the fingers can fully close, then that means that there is nothing in between them.
And now they're asking for the referee to help them a little bit, to come on some points so they can perform the next step in this task.
Yes, indeed. By asking the referee for help, they're still able to show that they can correctly place this object in the dishwasher.
Okay, let's see this is
Yes, now
approaching the dishwasher now.
it's approaching the dishwasher with a knife. We'll have to place it in the basket for cutlery. But from the looks of it, I would not see where the correct position for this cutlery would be. He's placing it at the exact same spot as the ball, pushing the ball aside. The knife is in the dishwasher,
It is in the dishwasher, which is good, but not in the correct position.
but I don't think it's in the correct position.
So they score points, but not bonus points.
Yes, they score some points, but not the maximum amount. But the robot can go back and aim for another piece.
A little piece of the robot broke off, I think. The referee showed it to the professor.
Yeah. So a piece might have come loose. I don't know from what part that is. I believe it might be from the gripper of the robot. Might hinder it in picking up the following objects.
I think the rubber thing and on the top of the gripper.
Yes, these robots have rubber pads on the top of their fingers. And these will provide them with good grip. And they're a little bit compliant to make sure that the robot doesn't get damaged too much.
Let's see how you perform the plate.
It's awesome.
Out to get it and the referee is giving and handing the plate.
And it's counting down for the referee until the robot will close its fingers. Because the robot doesn't realize when the referee has handed it something. Ooh, but that's the sound of the plate hitting the floor. Something appears to have gone wrong. The robot's driving into the table, causing an emergency stop.
Emergency stop, so yeah, it is done. So that anyway, you place two pieces in the dishwasher. So
Yes.
it's
Very well done.
very well.
Very well done. So what happened here at the end is I believe the robot tried to grasp one of the objects that was too far away. And in trying to grab it, it ran into the table.
Yes. So this is very difficult. We have to keep in mind that there's an environment around you, that there are chairs at the table, that there's some flowers in front of it. So it's very difficult for a robot to keep all these things in mind and recalculate the perfect algorithm to perform this task. As you see now on the right side, another robot already grabbed the spoon.
Yes, we see the dishwasher open. The robot is going to attempt to place the spoon in the correct position. This appears to be the robot of Team Nimro. And this robot has two hands, so it's able to transport two pieces of dishware at the same time. Theoretically, that might make it twice as fast as the other robots. Yeah, it's double checking where the objects are. Because as we saw before, if the position of those objects is not known perfectly, then the robot will miss its grasp.
The robot now is pushing against the table and
Yes.
that's allowed.
So pushing against the table slightly is allowed, but it's only when the pushing becomes so hard that it becomes a danger for the table and the robot that the referees will press the emergency stop.
Yes. So as you can see here, the court is placed in a very difficult position, I think. In the middle of the table, not beside the table, just in the middle of the table.
Yes, and not to mention that from the robot's perspective, this fork might be behind the other dishware.
Yes. So I'm not sure what it's trying to do. Perhaps first dropping the spoon and then going to the table and cut and go. Or now trying to go as well.
We don't know, we will only know when the robot starts reaching out its hand to grab something. It might be the ball, it might be the cup. Going for the plate at this stage might be tricky, though it might save a lot of time as well.
Okay. And you see some of these robots have multi-directional omni wheels. Is it an advantage or not?
So having multi-directional omni wheels can be an advantage. Most of these robots are what we call hollow, and that means that they can drive in any direction. If you imagine, for example, your car, if you want to go sideways, you have to go back and steer a bit. But these robots can drive sideways, just straight.
They can move in all directions. They can't go up. Oh, look at this thing I go up. Without turning, you can move forward, backward, and the other direction at the same time.
Yes, and in an environment that can be as cramped as a household, that can be a big advantage.
And now the third one of this robot is totally happy. He's trying to figure out what is going to connect to the floor. This is a very interesting. So I think it's a really good start there.
Yes, it appears to be trying to come up with a plan that will lead it to success, but it can't find such a plan, so it will keep trying. Yes, so now the question is, will one of these attempts, through pure luck or through random chance, actually lead to a success? Or will the robot keep trying this for the full 10 minutes? We don't know, but having these multiple attempts will cost teams precious time.
In the meanwhile, here in the middle area, there's a robot and there's someone else talking to the robot.
Yes, so the robot has asked the referee for assistance, which the referee is providing the robot. This is the robot Charlie from Team LAR from Portugal.
The robot is called Jeff.
The robot, I've been told, is not called Jeff, but that is one of the sponsors. The robot itself is called Charlie.
Charlie. I'm very happy with the name Jeff.
Yes, even robots can enjoy brand clothing. So this robot appears to have a tray in the front, and the robot has asked the referee to place all the dishes in this tray. It's also got a little holder for the cutlery, it seems. So I think the strategy of this team is vastly different from those that we've seen before. There's a lot of interaction with the referee. The robot's asking for confirmation whether the dishes have been placed in the correct position. No, so all robots are allowed to interact with the human via audio. Yes. There's a lot of our teams make their robot more human by adding a face to it. It's a lot more pleasant and more social aspects of our competition. Yes, indeed. Because when the robots instruct the referee to do something that is not possible, the referees can only just stand there and let the robot realize that something is wrong. Now the
hopefully will be able to take out all the afternoon on the plate and the ball and the cup.
Yes. So this robot is now carrying all the dishes at the same time, so it only needs to make one trip from the dinner table to the dishwasher. But it needs to be careful of the chairs behind it, as it's started pushing. But it seems that it's okay. The robot's going back in the right direction, but it became a little bit dangerous.
Unfortunately, I cannot calculate a way to open the dishwasher. Can you please open the dishwasher door and push the G-Max out?
So robots ask the referee to open the dishwasher for it,
I need your help. Please remove the cutlery tray from the dishwasher.
and ask the cutlery tray to be removed from the dishwasher. It's a unique choice, because the robot will need that cutlery tray to place the objects in their correct position. We don't know, perhaps the cutlery tray gets in the way of the robot placing the other objects. But it appears that they're asking for more handovers. Each of these will cost them some points. The robot is placing the cup in the right position, it seems. Yes, so the dishwasher has two drawers. And generally we would expect the cup to be placed in the top drawer. Lay the bowl.
So this is placing all the cutlery and the dishes in the dishwasher, not just wearing them.
Yes, so they've spent a lot of effort trying to get the dishes in the correct place, but it appears that grabbing the dishes is still a bit too far.
Already put two pieces in the correct place.
Yes, and the robot is near the dishwasher, so this robot doesn't have to waste time driving back and forth. You might see a very fast execution here from Team LAR.
So there's a difficulty in this challenge that there is a clean, fast, and low support. And I think this team has chosen to align two of these tasks in this chain and to maximize the performance of them.
Yes, they've opted to minimize the amount of time the robot takes to get from one place to the other. And they've done so by sort of realizing that a robot doesn't always have to look like a human. But it appears they're taking the plate back.
And the plate is going.
And the plate seems to be in the right position. It is upright in the, what's it called? Like the plate, yes? Yes. Yes. So there's a spoon and a fork, which are both in this unique little holder. We'll have to see how this robot uses that. But it appears that the table had to be moved for the safety of the robot. But something is happening and the team had to press the emergency stop to save their robot. Yes, very unfortunate. Yes, it did it. Here we can see Team Hibikino Musashi, who are currently at the top place on the leaderboard for the domestic standard platform league. They are currently yes, though it appears that the plate has already been placed. The robot keeps searching for the objects. Perhaps it can't find them from this position. Maybe it should find another position at this table to look from. Yes. Yes, perhaps that is what it's supposed to be doing, but it's going back up and searching at the same spot again. Now I can see the plate of this team is lying next to the dishwasher on the floor. So it appears that their initial try to place the plate did not end up successfully. Yes, being stuck in a routine can sometimes help, but that requires that you change up the routine. For example, with different places on the table, or with different algorithms to search for the cutlery. But from what we can see right here, it appears to be stuck in a static loop. It is extremely hard because you want to include these loops to allow your robot to sort of get out of situations where it can't find a solution. But it is very hard, if not impossible, to guarantee that your robot will eventually leave such a loop. If we don't tell the robot to change up something, it will keep doing the same thing. And if the robot keeps doing the same thing, it will keep getting the same results. Contestants to enter the arena, but in the meantime our referees have to make sure that the stage is ready for the next teams. The referees will ask teams like, how difficult do you want this challenge? Will the robot open the dishwasher itself, or do we have to open it for it? Yes, indeed. The judges try to make this a natural scenario, which means that every time a contestant enters the arena, the cutlery will be arranged slightly differently. Yes. So both the open platform and the Pepper robots are sharing these two arenas. If the robots have their first attempt in our rightmost arena, then they will have their second attempt in the middle arena. Yes, and if you would want a Pepper in your house, then what you would normally do is you would hook up the Pepper to your Wi-Fi system, hook up this other laptop to your Wi-Fi system, and they would communicate that way, so that you don't need this very long cable. Yes. Pepper would very much appreciate a connection to the cloud. In the end of the day, yes. The Pepper robot seems to be getting ready. Here in the middle arena, we can already see a robot getting ready to approach the table. Yes. No, this is a different robot. This robot has been custom made, but you can see that the team has made it very well. It's neatly finished, a nice white cover, covers all the electronics. So I also thought in the beginning of this week that I could buy this robot somewhere. Yes, this is a few stages beyond the prototype. They've told me that I could not buy it. Yes, probably a lot of people, maybe some of the competing teams, would be very interested in getting one of their own. It appears that he's indeed approaching the dishwasher. So open. So perhaps it's trying to find where in the dishwasher it should place the objects.
Because the basket for the cutlery is also placed randomly somewhere in the dishwasher.
So most dishwasher have a default place for this cutlery basket, and that is where the robot will try to place it. But I know, for instance, in this particular dishwasher, this basket is not attached rigidly. So it has some wiggle room. The robot can't be sure of its exact position. So you'll see the robots approaching the table again. We have a very difficult configuration arranged by our referees here. We have one piece of cutlery stuck in a cup, which is very unusual, as you would not expect cutlery to be placed this way.
If you usually just grab the cup and throw it in the dishwasher, and your finger spoons also down the dishwasher.
Yes, indeed.
Is that allowed?
There is no rule against it.
So who's still getting a bonus point for the correct position of the dishwasher?
Probably not. But indeed, taking multiple pieces of cutlery at the same time is perfectly fine by the rules. But in that case, the robot would have to be able to grasp multiple pieces of cutlery and keep them stable while it is traveling. That would mean it has to balance one piece of cutlery on the other.
Meanwhile, the off the referee to hand down the fork, another robot is approaching the dishwasher to put the fork into the dishwasher.
Yes, the robot's getting very close to the dishwasher. It appears right up against it. Now the arm is moving to place the cutlery. It's placing it, but it's placed it on the basket horizontally. So it does not stick up vertically as we would expect it to. So this is probably no extra bonus points for this team, as this is not what is considered natural for humans. The robot is going. You know a lot of people that need instructions. The robot's going back. There's 4 more pieces of cutlery on the table, and they're all quite far away from the robot. Will the robot be able to reach this far onto the table, or will it? Yes. And so the robot has asked again for a handover from our referees. Now the robot's moving back to the dishwasher, and we would want to see this bowl placed somewhere in this lower rack. The exact position doesn't matter too much. Yes, we would expect the bowl not to be placed in the or over the cutlery basket.
Clean the table fail. Terminated.
But the team is intervening. They're taking the robot away from the arena. The referee is giving some instructions to the team, perhaps some tips for their second go around.
Okay. Hopefully the second round will be better.
So here in the middle arena, we're still trying to free the ball from one of the robots. Once the robot has grasped the ball, it can keep holding on very tightly, even when you press the emergency stop. So the team is now controlling their robot to open the gripper, and the ball has been freed. So now our referees are getting the arena back in place for the next contestants.
you're watching out in which arena the next robot will enter.
So you've seen quite a few of these robots already, Kurt. Can you imagine one of them in your house?
No, at this stage. I know it's a process. One question I have is these dishwashers are not humans, so it's very hard for robots to do this part. But perhaps instead of doing robots performing these tasks for human dishwashers, why don't we design dishwashers for robots?
That is a very good question. So what we generally want is we want the integration of these robots into our homes to be rather cheap. And that would mean using the existing furniture that's already there. And that furniture has been designed for humans. For a lot of the furniture, we also want to keep being designed for humans.
That's why we also want humanoid robots that move around in our house and
Yes, one of the advantages of having a humanoid robot is that everything is designed for humans. So a humanoid robot would also reap the benefits of that.
So the next thing the robot presented for the robot sustainability that everyone will do. So let's do the robot
In the left field, the robot has some trouble navigating to the kitchen. That is very unfortunate. Teams only get 2 tries. And if a try is cut short, because the robot gets stuck on the way to the actual task. And that is a pity for these teams who have put so much time and effort into building their robots. And it appears that here, in the middle arena, a robot also has to leave the room, leave the arena prematurely. But here,
So we're waiting for the next robot to enter the arena. We see 2 robots unfortunately failing, loading, and picking up. But now in the middle arena,
the middle arena,
robot ready to enter.
and this is the robot of Team Tidy Boy, who we saw put up an excellent performance in their last go-around. Let's see how they will perform in this run. I can see the dishwasher is already open, so they will not attempt to open the dishwasher themselves.
Very slim design also. Just platform with one direction wheel, and then one arm.
Yes, it is a very minimalistic design. It contains the bare necessities of what you would want a robot such as this to have.
So now they're asking me chairs.
Yes, indeed.
Because these chairs are really very difficult.
It can be.
Very good for people of the world. So
Indeed. The more complex the environment can be, the more difficult the task becomes for a robot. But now we can see the referees have put the chairs aside, but they've blocked the path for the robot on the right side of the table. Yes, and this robot is also quite fast, perhaps because it is so lightweight. And we talked a bit before about the benefits of a humanoid robot, but here we can see the benefits of going in the opposite direction. Not restricting the design of your robot to be humanoid opens up a whole very large design space. It's grabbing the ball, but it's also pulling the plate. Perhaps it's not going for the ball, but instead for the plate. Maybe they'll take 2 pieces of dishware at the same time. That is allowed. It would actually be quite efficient, but the robot must not It drops the plate to the floor. Now, in this challenge, even though the robot dropped the plate, if it is able to pick the plate back up off the floor, they can still score points that way.
So that's an extra exception you have to program below.
Yes, indeed. It is an extra exception to the standard program of the robot. But these robots have to be prepared for unexpected circumstances.
It's very hard.
Yes, indeed. There's an uncountable number of things that might happen during one of these challenges. Now we're going for the fork, it seems. The robot has the fork firmly in its grip. And now they're moving towards the dishwasher. Let's hope they're able to find the correct space to put this fork. It's going, moving over the dishwasher rack. They're pressing again, but it bounces out. It dropped the fork from too high, and as a result, the fork fell out of the cutlery basket. We have another piece of cutlery. Maybe they'll have more luck on their second try. Yes, we can see that in the beginning we saw the robot move the bowl, but unfortunately the grip was not tight enough. But I'm still quite impressed that they're able to find the correct position of this bowl. It means this robot looks every time it comes to the table and tries to find the positions of these cutlery. Yes, perhaps. Of course, the bowl and the plate have the same color, so to think they are one object, you can sort of understand the mistake of the robot. And now they are going for a spoon, it seems. But the floor is littered with pieces of cutlery, so the robot will have to be extra careful. Yes. And that means the robot also does not know exactly where it itself is. Most of these robots will assume that they have their wheels firmly on the ground. Indeed. The robot's continually picking up the spoon. The team leader has already grabbed the control, which indicates that this trial is over. Unfortunately, not as good as their previous attempt. Yes, a very good attempt. The referees are removing the chairs from the arena. The robot is making its way towards the kitchen. Though it appears to have some trouble getting through this doorway. Doorways can be quite tricky for robots because they often overestimate their own size to be extra safe. That means that getting through these narrow doorways can be quite a challenge. Yes, indeed. You can see the dishwasher is already open. So we would expect this robot to go straight for the dishes.
Now the robot is stopping the table. Not on the wrong side of the table, because one of the dishes are on the table, so I wonder if you can read it yourself.
We will have to see how this will be performed by this robot. It appears to be making movements with its arm, so perhaps it's trying to pick something up. But it is going back. And now facing the
The robot can pick the ball, there is
he misjudged the distance by quite a bit. What we can see with a lot of these robots is that they're sort of looking at the table from a very short distance. But let's see if the robot's able to place this imaginary ball. Unfortunately, there are no points for invisible balls. No, in those cases, we would rather the robot realize that they've not succeeded in picking up an object and trying something else. Quite likely. And that is most often the case of keeping the control loops in these robots quite short. You want a very short distance between when the robot sees something and when it acts on that information. Yes, because the more time that passes between receiving the information and acting on it, things might have changed, or the accuracy of the information might be lost. Yes, we are looking at Team Nimro. We have a fairly open. Yes, this is a model Tiago robot. This is a robot that people can buy, and it's used quite a bit in the Open Platform League. And each team is of course free to make their own modifications to the robot. So the robot is showing something on its display to our referee. That way the robots can communicate that they have seen it. That can also net them some points, even if they fail to pick the objects up. They're going for it. It's trying to grab both at once. And so yes, indeed. This is again an example where this would have worked if it was only one of the couple. Yes, it's a knife. That would indeed be very difficult for the robot. But we can indeed see the robot going for a second attempt. And maybe if it pinches hard enough, it can get both at once. But unfortunately, the same thing happened. It's very hard to grab these two objects together. I think the best course of action for this robot would be to change its plan and go for one of the other pieces of cutlery. Then maybe we will see this robot trying to pick up these two pieces of cutlery for the next 10 minutes. Still very close together. Unfortunately. If you can either grip it tight enough or separate these two pieces of cutlery, this robot may stand a chance. This is a very unfortunate situation for Team Nimro. Like I said, anything can happen during these challenges, and the robots have to find solutions to it. The robot's now going towards the dishwasher. Perhaps it believes it is holding something.
I do think he believes that he's holding one piece of cutlery now because he's aiming for the last cutlery in the dishwasher. Now with the right field, you see a different movement. The robot trying to close the dishwasher.
You can see a robot trying to close the dishwasher here in our rightmost arena.
It's very difficult.
It's going quite well. The robot is being extra careful. Last time this robot attempted to close the dishwasher, its emergency stop had to be pressed for its own safety. Dishwasher is partially closed, it just needs a last push. But it appears that this is as far as the robot will get. Still, this is quite impressive.
Absolutely. It's a multi-directional push. I'm trying to explain something forward. The one we need to push something downward, also not difficult. Then you have to push it two directions. Very difficult.
Yes, the robot will have to push the dishwasher door in an arc in order to close it properly.
Not one straight line.
There's a like a joint at the bottom of the dishwasher door. Indeed. And here we are back. We can see Team Nimro has secured a dishwasher tab.
That's also something we haven't seen yet today. So his right hand is holding the dishwasher tab. Let's see if we can find the correct spot on the dishwasher to put it.
There is a small socket for the dishwasher tab to be placed into. The robot's getting close. It's pushing the dishwasher. And the robot's now no longer moving. Can it still reach the dishwasher socket from this position? It's getting over it, but if it drops it from this position, will it fall in? It falls next to it! It came so close! But it just misses it.
Nice driving.
Yes, it's a very courageous attempt.
As you can see on the screen of the road itself, there is some mapping and recognition of the objects in front of the computer and in front of the road itself.
Yes, the robot is correctly seen, both the cutlery basket and the slot for the dishwasher with its cameras. Now there's still a lot of dishes in front of the robot for it to move. But the robot's getting quite close to the table in order to reach that. The robot's still deliberating on which piece of cutlery to take. And here in our leftmost arena, we are back with this domestic standard platform league, where a robot's attempting to place a plate in the dishwasher. It's placing it very close to the edge of the rack. Will it fall in or will it? Oh no! It falls out of the rack and onto the door of the dishwasher itself. I am not sure. This might be technically in the dishwasher, but I think our referees are very strict here. They are strict but fair. These robots want to be able to help us in our households. We can't have them dropping plates on the dishwasher doors. The robot's giving some instruction to our referee. It appears to be asking for a handover of the spoon. On its screen it's showing that it has indeed found the object. And here in the middle arena, it appears the robot of Team Nimro is stealing a ball from the arena. But the ball has been recovered. So, in the beginning of this week, we had 30 contestants, and now we have entered stage 2 of our competition, which means that half of these contestants have dropped out. So we're left with only 15 teams. All doing 2 runs of 10 minutes each. All at the same time. It looks like we'll have to wait for a bit till the next robot is ready to enter the arena. Or perhaps our referees have seen all the robots perform and are done with testing. No, I've been told there's more teams. The judges need some time to deliberate on what they just saw before. Our middle arena is finished with all contestants. But we can still see some contestants lined up here in front of our rightmost and leftmost arenas. So we're hoping to see some more robots putting away dishes. And cleaning the table has resumed. Both here in our leftmost arena with our domestic standard platform league, the robot has entered the arena and will now make its way to the kitchen, where it will find some dirty dishes which must be placed in the dishwasher. The robot of Team Erasers has reached the dishwasher. And now they must find the dishes on the table. But for this competition we have a very large table. And most robots can only check one corner at a time. So the robot will hope to find the dishes sooner rather than later. The robot standing still. Probably processing the images from its camera to try and find out where and what the objects in front of it are. And now it has started to move. It's getting ready to pick up one of the objects. And it appears to be going for... Oh! It's running right into the table. But it looks like our referee is graceful and doesn't press the emergency stop immediately. But this is a very dangerous situation for the robot to be in, and our referee saves the robot from damaging itself. The robot has some conflicting goals. On the one hand, it wants to pick up the cutlery, but on the other hand, it must avoid the table. And it cannot do both of these things at once. Doing so would be much more difficult. And this prematurely ends the trial of Team Erasers. Meanwhile, over in our rightmost arena, we're still waiting for our last few contestants. Here in our leftmost domestic stand platform arena, another robot has entered the arena and is making its way towards the kitchen area. This is the robot of Team Hibikino Musashi. You can see our referee has placed the cutlery on the table. The robot is tasked with placing it all in the dishwasher. The dishwasher has been opened for the robot. But the robot must still pick up all these different dishes with these different shapes and place them in the correct spot as a human would do it. The robot's turning to face the dinner table and try and find all these dishes. The robot is searching, looking for dishes to put away in the dishwasher. It keeps searching. What is going on, robot? Can you not see the dishes? Or are you making a plan? The robot has a plan. It's moving towards the table. It's found the best spot from which to pick up these dishes. But the robot must be very careful because there is a chair in the way. This chair is an obstacle for the robot. The robot can very easily run into this chair and cause the referee to press the emergency stop. Let's hope the robot of Team Hibikino Musashi has excellent obstacle avoidance. The robot is moving close to it bumps into the chair. The referee has not yet pressed the emergency button. This will give a scratch on the robot. This is a very dangerous situation. The robot moves further into the chair, and this trial will come to a very abrupt halt. The team leader of Team Hibikino Musashi is unsure what might be happening. Will the robot recover from this? Or will this be the last attempt from Team Hibikino Musashi to clean the table? The rules state that the robot must make a move within 30 seconds, but that is it. The referee has called it, and this was Team Hibikino Musashi's last try. How unfortunate. It seems that something in the perception or maybe the planning of the robot did not go according to plan. And the plan to pick up the dishes resulted in collisions with the chair. contestants getting ready to clean the table. Our other two arenas have cleared all trials. The door has been opened for the next robot to enter the arena. But the robot appears to not be going into the arena at all. It would be a shame if the robot cannot clean up the dishes because it cannot enter the household. It's the mandatory step for all challenges in this RoboCup at Home League. We want these robots to be able to navigate safely throughout a household. And it includes being able to go through the door at the beginning of their challenges. But the judges have called it. It has taken too long. And this attempt by, I believe, Team Austin Villa from Texas is cut short. The next robot from Team Suturo from Germany is getting ready in front of the arena to make their attempt. So our referee has informed me that this is a show run for Team Suturo, which means they will not score any points, but they are here to show you, the audience, what they can do. They have confidence in their ability to clean the table here. The robot is moving towards the dishwasher. A member of Team Suturo is guiding the robot and indicated that this will not work. Unfortunately, an unforeseen error has prevented Team Suturo from cleaning the table. And that is it for our Clean the Table challenge this evening. Tomorrow, we here at the at-home competition will be back to serve you at the restaurant. We will be making sure that the house rules are being followed, and we will have our most challenging test in this competition, the enhanced general purpose service robot, where everything is possible and anything we can ask from the robots. So we hope to see you back tomorrow, and the rest of this day you will be able to see our teams preparing and testing for the challenges of tomorrow. dear at-home participants. We've had a slight change in schedule regarding the league photo. It will now be at 6:45 here in front of the at-home arenas. We apologize for this last-minute change of plans, but unfortunately some events got shifted around and our photographer is busy elsewhere. Dear at-home participants, please bring your robots to the front of the audience stand, where we did carry my luggage. There we will take our league photo.
Attention, please, every at home team member, please come. Please come to the stands for the league photo. Bring your robot. Tiago, bring your robot.
Right, you all done your makeup today? I hope so. Okay, get ready. Everybody ready? Everybody say cheese. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
At home, team leader meeting in the stands now. At home league, there's a team leader meeting in the stands right now. Okay. Let's just start by discussing the tests for tomorrow. So tomorrow in the morning we will have restaurant. We will actually talk about restaurant last because we're still checking some things right now for restaurants. So yeah, we're discussing restaurant last this time. So next is stickler for the rules. Okay, so for stickler for the rules, the robot starts inside the arena. The robot needs to find people that are breaking rules. There will be 5 party guests in the arena. 4 of those guests will be breaking rules. Each rule can be broken 0, 1 or 2 times, and there will be at least 3 different kind of rules broken in the arena. To get the guest to follow the rule, the robot needs to give clear instructions. The person might not listen to the instructions immediately. So to get the points for confirming, the robot needs to recheck that the person is following the rules, and only then the person will follow all the instructions given by the robot. So what does it mean? For example, when the robot requests the person to leave the forbidden room, the person might just move a couple of steps and not go out fully, for example. Or when the robot asks the person to take off their shoes, they might not take off their shoes immediately, so the robot needs to recheck and make sure the person takes off his shoes. Yeah. Any questions for stickler for the rules?
Regarding taking the person out of the forbidden room, do we have to take it to a specific location or any other rooms?
Just the person in the forbidden room just needs to leave the forbidden room. Just any spot.
Shoe and socks detection is pretty difficult. How high is the penalty when we ask the person if they wear shoes? And is it a penalty?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the test is mainly about identifying people that break the rules. So just straight up asking somebody if they're following the rules. They might lie to you, right? There's a reason why they're breaking the rule. So, yeah.
asking to pick up items from the floor, is it sufficient to show the image of the items on the floor?
So yes, if you're detecting something on the floor and then telling a person to pick it up, you need to show to the person what they're supposed to pick up. Yeah, like before. One image with context, one bounding box and the object. Or you point at it, or the robot can push it. That's fine, that's clearly identifying it.
There's this trash detection part. Will the bin be opened where the trash has to be put in, or is it closed?
The trash can will be open.
Where things will be placed.
Yeah, so if you find a guest that doesn't have a drink and you want to have them pick up one, or the drink's at the default location, which is the kitchen cabinet. Okay, yeah.
At some instances, we have to guide the people, maybe to the trash, maybe to the kitchen cabinet then, or outside the forbidden room. Will the people follow the instructions of the robot, or has the robot to track the people following all the time for all guiding tasks?
Yeah, so when the robot is guiding the person, in this test it specifically says that the person might not necessarily exactly follow the instructions of the robot. So for the guiding part, the person at some point might stop and the robot needs to notice and remind the person to follow again. Okay, any more?
What is trash?
Okay, so wait, let me check something. So the question is about the objects on the floor, like the trash objects on the floor. Yeah, I will just, okay. So the objects that on the floor that need to be picked up and brought to the bin will be known objects. So from the known object list. Okay?
Who will be the guest in the room? Who will be the guest in the room? Is volunteer or for the?
Yeah, so the guests will be volunteers from the league.
Where should the guests put their shoes off? Will it be the entrance, the exit? And should it be inside the door or outside the door?
There should be an area marked where the guest is supposed to take off their shoes, or does it just say entrance? I'm not sure. Let's check. Okay, so it says near the entrance, so that's fine. It can be inside, it can be outside, just near the entrance.
that include referee. I mean, when checking for video, you have to ask referee to leave the room.
So the referee will be following all the rules, if that is the question. Yeah? Okay.
People that are not following the rules or in general, will they be randomly distributed in the arena or will they be close to the walls? That might be distinguished between people from the audience or people that may be inside the arena.
Maybe didn't quite get it. So, huh? Yeah, I mean, so people outside the arena are not part of the test and should be ignored. Yeah, but they're standing outside.
The robot doesn't detect that if someone is breaking a rule and doesn't say anything, is there a penalty for that? Or not a problem? If the robot does not detect that someone is breaking a rule, is there a penalty for that? Or is it only the other way around?
Yeah, so if you, there's only a penalty for talking to someone about a rule they are not breaking. Everything else is fine. So you don't get the penalty for talking to an empty wall or an empty room. The penalty is you're losing time. But it's not a point penalty extra. But if you're talking to someone that is wearing shoes and you're telling them to take off their shoes, that is a penalty. Okay. Okay, so the question is, will the entrance door be closed? I think so, yeah.
So as bystanders, external people leaning into the arena are not considered part of the tests. They are considered like a wall. So if our robot would be talking to such a person, it would not be a penalty. Okay.
Any more questions for Stickler for the rules?
So if the robot is not detecting, for example, a drink, could he ask the non-rule breaking person to just show the drink? Is it a penalty?
Yeah, I mean, you can still give instructions to the people just in this test, they might not follow them, right? So for example, so it's like if you're asking the person directly, hey, please tell me if you're holding a drink, you probably won't answer. If you're asking the person like, hey, can you show me your hand, or I don't know, something like that, probably more likely that they'll be following that. Okay. Any more questions? All right. Then we're moving on to eGPSR. Yes, so eGPSR is new this year, so let's go over it. Okay, so similarly to Stickler for the rules, there are problems inside the arena that the robot needs to find. So the robot, does the robot enter through the door or start? I forgot. Oh, so the robot enters through the door, and then the robot is supposed to find problems that are set up for the robot. Possible problems are, there can be objects that are not at their default location, are supposed to be brought back to their default location. Any objects that are lying on the ground need to be placed in the bin. For the eGPSR, objects on the ground can be either known objects or any arena decorations or random trash. Can be anything. And then there will also be people too, I think at least, no, I think it's always 2 people in the arena, somewhere in the arena, that need assistance. They will be calling for the robot, and yeah, if the robot approaches them, they will give the robot a command and you get points for executing the command. Any questions for eGPSR?
If a requesting person is sitting, we can expect the person to follow the orders that the robot gives. So we're not in stickler, so we can expect the volunteers to cooperate.
Yes, people will follow the robot's instruction as long as they're clear and concise and easy to understand.
I mean, for clarifying, in each disorder, there are mainly 2 problems. The first one is taking out the trash and then putting them into their belongings. Like, if it's fruit, I put it with the fruit. I'm not sure what do you mean by default.
So every object has an assigned category and every category has an assigned location. Yeah. So, for example, the kitchen cabinet is the assigned location for drinks. So if you find the fruit in the kitchen cabinet, you're supposed to take it to the coffee table, which is I believe, the assigned location for fruits. Yeah. If you find a known object on the floor, you can bring it to the bin or to the default location. Okay? If it's trash, if it's not known, it's always trash and supposed to be brought to the bin.
And for the second main problems are people that are raising their hands that I have to help them. Are their comments going to be relatable with the objects around?
No, it can be any random commands. The commands are generated by a command generator, same as GPSR.
Can speech be bypassed in this task?
You can use QR code, same as in GPSR. Are we having other bypassing speech things? Sorry, what? Yeah, you get points for executing the command and for understanding the command, right? So for this test, you get points for find and clearly state an encountered problem, and then there are points for solving a problem, right? So if you approach a person and you understand their command and repeat it, you get points for find and clearly state an encountered problem. If you then solve the command, you get points for solving a problem. Okay?
Regarding the objects on the floor, either trash or non-objects, can we take a similar approach as sticker, tell the person to pick up what we want from the floor and then guide them to the default location, either trash?
Yeah, so like same as in GPSR, you can ask for assistance from the referee and then you will get a point reduction according to the referee decision.
Will the arena be set up for all problems in advance, or will you set up them during the one time? So this is especially important for the commands given to the waving people.
So so the two people will be standing at their assigned position already. The trash objects or wrongly put objects are put already when the robot enters, but the commands for the people, those problems will be set up during the runtime of the test. But we generate the commands for the people beforehand, so to know what to do in between.
Are we allowed to ask the people for their problem and then solve it later? Because we might decide that that problem is too hard and we want to postpone it. I don't need to solve it immediately.
Yeah, I think it's fine to solve it later. Yeah. You cannot use the objects that are set up for solving this person's command to solve a different problem, right? So for example, if you get a command, move the banana from the kitchen counter to the desk, you cannot then move the banana from the kitchen counter to the coffee table and get points for moving the banana to the default location, right? Yes. So if you get a command, you can assume that command is set up in the arena and you need to solve it in the way that the person requested, not in the default way. If you don't ask, it won't be set up.
While doing a command, is the time stopped like in GPSR or does the time keep running?
Time keeps running at all times.
So in general, an accepted strategy would be collecting all or identifying all problems and then solving them afterwards, right?
Yeah, you can first find all the problems and then start solving them if you want to.
So is there any specific thing for waving people? Do they wave anywhere? Do they wave when we enter the same room? Is there anything specific on that? Waving? Are they waving whether the robot is anywhere in the house, or are they waving if the robot is near them?
So that depends on the motivation of your volunteer. So me as a referee, I will tell the volunteer, when the robot is looking at you, you wave. If they're over-motivated. And I mean, it might help that the robot is like, hey, I'm searching for people, please wave. That might help. Yeah. I will not ask the people to wave if the robot is clearly looking away or in a completely different room.
Regarding manipulation tasks, do you know already how much penalty do we get if we ask assistance for picking and placing? We're going to discuss it later.
So any penalty for asking for assistance will be discussed by the TC afterwards.
Regarding to the waving in the robot, it says they will raise their hand if the robot is in the same room.
Yeah, so the person will not be waving to the robot, even if the robot is looking at them, if the robot is in another room. And then if the robot is in the room and looking for the person, right, have the robot say something, hey, I'm looking for people now, then they will be waving. But if the robot is like standing in the corner, looking in the corner, and the person is over there, then we wait for the robot to turn around, and then we wave again. Because yeah, I can't ask volunteers to do this for like 5 minutes. Okay, any more questions for eGPSR? Okay, then let me quickly check if we found anything for restaurant, or any new information for restaurant.
Okay, so for restaurant it will happen somewhere at the site in the middle. So the plan is to bring the robots over in groups, so to have around 3 robots directly at the site and the rest waiting here near the arena, where you also could have access to power and wait there. And then when one of the robots is ready there, we will fetch then the next one, so that we have always 3 robots at the site. Yeah, so the first waiting spot is here where we made the carry by luggage starting point.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, you will all be lining up over there. We take 3 robots at a time over, or we take 3 robots over. When one is done, we take the next one over there. And there you will have, so over there you won't have the ability to charge anymore, right? So you can charge here, but then when we take you over there, it's not possible.
So we are still checking for that, but it's currently not sure that those 3 robots waiting might have again power.
Okay, so from the point where we're taking you from there to the restaurant, you might not have power. We cannot guarantee it at this point in time. Okay, so for restaurants, so we have a more specified procedure for how the mapping rule is enforced this year. How it will work is the team that is currently running the test, they're running in the arena, the team that is up next, they are allowed to start their mapping component there. And then when they are asked to come to the starting spot, when it's their turn, they need to push the robot in a straight line to the starting spot and set it up in the way instructed by the referee. You cannot turn the robot around, push it back and forth. You do it as the referee tells you to do it. Okay? Of course, when the test starts, the robot by itself can start turning around and look around. That is fine. But when you are up next, as soon as you're called, when you are up next, you can start your mapping component, and when you're called, you push your robot in a straight line to the starting spot, align your robot in the way the referee tells you, and that's it. Yeah, the first team will also start in the same spot. We allow them, we will still need to set up the restaurant and move to the starting spot. Yeah. For restaurants, yeah, so the robot will be having a bar and a bartender somewhere next to it. It needs to look for the bartender, and then, or it can look for the bartender. If the robot is requesting anything and the bartender needs to leave their place from behind the table to assist the robot, that is a penalty, right? So at the beginning, if you're already checking for the barkeeper, finding them might be helpful for that. They don't know exactly where it's going to be. Yeah. So I think it's fine. Yeah. No, it's fine. We will change the setup anyway for tomorrow. Okay, so then the robot can look around. There will be a couple of people waving for the robot to request taking orders. The robot is supposed to detect it, go to the table, take the order, come back to the table, get the order themselves or ask the barman for assistance, bring the order to the table, and yeah, that's it. So a couple of things. For this test, it specifically says that the robot needs to be very careful, right? So in this test, we will be more strict with enforcing bumping into anything. Okay? So even if you slightly touch a table or a chair, we will be more strict with it because, yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, if you want to use your attached tray, right, you just get to the starting point with the tray already attached to your robot. If you use an unattached tray, you need to give it to the referee and it will be placed on the bar. Okay, any questions for us?
So there's points for detecting waves, right? Does that mean that you also have to carry out the order when you detect the wave, or you can use spot waving persons and get these points?
So if you want to get points for detecting a waving person, you need to clearly indicate that you found the waving person, where they are. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you might be far away from them, right? So just pointing might not be that. I'm just saying it now, right? So, yeah, of course, if you say I detected a waving person and then reach their table, then you get points. Then it's obvious, and you get points. Okay.
Do I need to use a tray, or I can like get an object and take to the customer?
You don't need to use a tray. It's optional.
I just didn't get what you said in the beginning. So testing there in advance would be allowed for all teams, right? Or did I misget it? All right.
Yeah, we cannot enforce like strictly forbidding it, and it's a very large area, so you don't know exactly where it's going to be, and the area will also be rearranged tomorrow.
Is it possible to give the microphone to the person to ask for the order?
Yeah, so if you registered an external wireless microphone during robot inspection, you can use it during restaurant. You need to instruct the referee in the beginning, right? Give it to the referee and tell them, hey, hand it to the people talking to the robot.
How far can the person be seated from the beginning? Yeah.
So the guests are somewhere visible to the robot. So there will be multiple guests asking for an order. Some are close, some are closer, some are farther away. I cannot give you an exact number. They will be visible for the robot. Or they will be visible from the starting point of the robot.
This test is kind of prone to be biased by previous instructions from robots to the team and also the people that order. Can we somehow overcome that, or really tell the guests to listen to the instructions of the robot and follow them?
Yeah, so it's for this test it's possible that if there's outside audience members, like members of the public, if they are present there, we will approach them and ask them if they're willing to call for the robot and give the order, and we will give them some instructions, right, on listening to the robot closely, but we cannot force them to, I guess. I think if the robot is very clear in its instructions and the person is not understanding it, the referee will intervene and either remind the person to follow the instructions or just take over the interaction itself. So, basically, if the guest is being very, very unreasonable, we will intervene.
So the unattached tray bonus points are 200 points. Seems a lot. What do you have to do to get those points? Just carry a bag?
So to get the points for using an unattached tray, you need to actually use it for serving an order, right? So the robot needs to pick up an object, place it on the unattached tray, pick up the unattached tray, go to the table, place down the tray, pick up the object and place it on the table. And if you do that, you get points for using an unattached tray.
Yeah, so for the barman is starting near the robot position, right? And there will be more than one person, or I mean, you just there will be like more than one person. Like you can maybe be confused with the barman.
It's possible that there are standing people around, but for the barman there will be a table. There will be only one table close to the robot, and there will be one person standing behind the table, and that is the barman. But there might be other people around. Yeah? But
for restaurant, does the robot need to tell the guests to like exaggerate the wave, or will the referees tell the guests to like put their hands above their heads and stuff, not like little waves?
yeah. So in the beginning, we will just tell the guests wait for the robot, and they do it however they want. If the robot gives instructions on how to wave, and the person hear them, then they might follow them. My experience is the guests will be very enthusiastic in the beginning to wait for your robot, and they will begin to be less enthusiastic like by minute 10 of your test. So keep that in mind.
To show the person detection, is it sufficient to show segments of the person? Or should we show the person's bounding box on the background? To show the person detection, is it sufficient to show segments of a person? Or should we show the person's bounding box on the background?
Yeah, so it's the same as for objects. You need to show the scene, then the person sitting in the bounding box around the person. I guess for people, yeah, I guess for people it's fine, right? Yeah, show a picture of the person is also fine. That's fine, yeah. Showing a picture of the person is fine.
About the tray, can we still get the point if we bypass put the object inside of the tray or something like that? Do we have to only the robot needs robot do all the thing to use the tray? Yeah. Yes.
For the bonus for using an unattached tray, the robot needs to do every part of it.
You mentioned there is a penalty for asking the barman to come out of the bar table. Is it the same as asking the barman to hand over the object to the table? Or is it different?
So you can ask the barman to hand over the object to the robot. If the barman is able to hand it over to the robot from their position behind the table, then that's a smaller penalty. If the barman has to go around the table to interact with the robot, that's a bigger penalty. Last chance, questions for restaurant?
Is there any assistance going if the robot cannot detect the waiting person? Like, for example, it just cannot recognize in the first place, then maybe directly it's possible to guarantee the place to the guests, the place.
So if the robot is not able to reach the table, the robot can ask to be guided to the table by the referee for assistance, and you get the point reduction, but you can continue.
Can you still score like just by detecting a customer going over, asking the order but not delivering, like just getting halfway? You get the order but you don't bring the items. Do you still get all of the points before delivering the item?
Okay, so you get points for understanding the order and reporting the order to the barman, and yeah, so that's points. If you then are not able to carry out the order, it stops there, but you get points for that. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it.
Is every chair is the same height, or every guest will be sit on the chair, or you can stand on the floor, or is it?
Both is possible. Table can be different heights, people might be sitting or standing.
Could I make a short question regarding EGPSR right now? Could I have a question about EGPSR right now? Okay, so you said that there will be 2 people in the arena. Would the 2 people both request for something for the robots? So they both will give commands.
So for eGPSR, there was a question for eGPSR again. The 2 people that would help from the robot, they will be raising their arm and they will have a command for the robot. Yeah. No, the referee will be in there as well, but not waving.
The command generator commanded a task that included a man lying in the
Yes. Yeah. I mean, lying is fine, right? That's easy for the person. Yeah, I mean, those will only be set up once you get the command from the person, right? So as soon as you get the request, then the person will be lying there. But not always. Okay? But once you get the command from the person, then the person will go there and lie down. Okay. All right.
For the restaurant task, could you please repeat the start procedure? You told something about pushing the robot inside the arena. Could you please repeat it?
So we will have 3 robots by the restaurant waiting. The first, right, there will be 1 team competing and 2 robots waiting to compete, right? If you are up next, you can start the mapping component on your robot once it's your turn, but your robot needs to be standing still. Once it's your turn, you move your robot in a straight line to the starting position indicated by the referee. You orient your robot in the way the referee tells you to, and you're not allowed to move your robot otherwise. teams is in the GitHub. Okay, I think we're good. And yeah, I hope to, congratulations to all the teams moving on to stage 2. Also, congratulations to all the teams not qualifying. I hope you still show up here, have a look around. There's other competitions going on. Talk to the other teams, steal their ideas, and come back next year with better robots. Yeah, and I hope we see. Of course, yeah. If you can still show an open challenge, for example, if you want to on Sunday, and yeah, use the time you have here to look at the teams that are still competing, right? Talk to them, ask about how they're approaching things, and yeah, I hope to still see you here, and I hope to see some cool performances tomorrow, and yeah, maybe get some sleep at least. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Initial mapping. Please raise hand for order. Order count. Please order in the first person complete. Your order is to give me a break, please. Is correct.
Please stand on your feet. Everyone stop lowering. We would like to join the party. Please don't dance at that group. I am going to the next position.
Please put kitchen area break, please, and into the basket. Stop. Stop. Starting with the task. Plan order. Initial mapping. Please raise hand for order. Please raise hand for order.
please stand by.